Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog settles over London like a whispered secret, curling through the narrow alleyways of Belgravia with the patience of something that knows it will be heard eventually. It is November 1894, and the city breathes in coal smoke and ambition, exhaling the damp scent of rain-soaked cobblestones and the faint bitter tang of yesterday's hopes. The gas lamps flicker to life one by one along the street, their golden glow pushing back against the encroaching darkness, with the determination of candles at a wake. In the grand townhouses that line these streets, fires are being lit in drawing rooms where the wealthy gather to discuss politics and scandal in equal measure, their voices rising and falling like the tide against Dover's cliffs. But tonight, in one particular house, a 4-storey edifice of white Portland stone with iron railings that gleam even in the fog, something feels different. The air holds a peculiar stillness, as if the building itself is holding its breath, waiting for something it cannot name but knows is coming. The servants move through their evening routines with the practiced efficiency of clockwork, yet there is a hesitation in their steps, a glance exchanged between the butler and the housekeeper that speaks of unease. Even the house seems to know that something has arrived that does not belong. Lord Edmund Blackwood stands in his study on the second floor, holding a letter in hands that tremble slightly, though whether from age or alarm is unclear. He is a man of 63 years, with silver hair that still holds memories of its former darkness, and a face that bears the aristocratic features of 7 generations of privilege. The strong jaw, the aquiline nose, the eyes that have learned to command attention without raising their voice. He wears a smoking jacket of deep burgundy velvet, and his shirt collar is crisp despite the late hour, because a gentleman maintains standards even in private, even when the world feels as though it is tilting beneath his feet. The letter is written on expensive paper, the kind that carries a watermark of quality visible when held to the light. The handwriting is precise, educated, the work of someone who learned penmanship in a proper school, where deportment and Latin were taught with equal fervour. But it is the words themselves that have stolen the colour from Lord Blackwood's face. Words that speak of things buried deep, things that should have remained in the past where they belonged, covered by the merciful dust of decades. He reads the letter again, though he has already committed it to memory, as if repetition might somehow change its meaning or reveal it to be a cruel jest. But the words remain the same, patient and implacable as the fog outside his window. They speak of a summer long ago, of promises made and broken, of a choice that seemed reasonable at the time but has somehow survived to condemn him now. There is no signature, no return address, nothing to indicate who has sent this quiet poison into his peaceful evening, only the words themselves and the implicit threat that hangs between each carefully crafted line. Lord Blackwood moves to the window, pressing his forehead against the cool glass, watching the fog swirl and dance in the lamplight below. London stretches out before him, a city of 4 million souls, each one carrying their own secrets, their own carefully guarded shames. He has lived here all his life, has walked these streets as a boy, a young man, a father, and now a grandfather. He knows its rhythms, its moods, the way it can be both magnificent and merciless in the span of a single breath. But tonight, the city feels hostile, as if every shadow might contain the person who has written this letter. Every passer-by might be the one who knows his secret and has decided, after all these years, to make him pay. The clock on the mantelpiece chimes 9 times, each note falling into the room like a stone into still water. Lord Blackwood folds the letter carefully, creasing it along lines that have already been folded and unfolded a dozen times, and places it in the inner pocket of his jacket. He will not show it to anyone, he decides. It is likely nothing, a cruel prank perhaps, or a case of mistaken identity. Yes, that must be it. Someone has confused him with another nobleman, Another man with regrets that match the letter's accusations. He will burn it in the morning, when the sunlight makes everything seem less ominous, and he will forget it ever arrived. But even as he makes this decision, he knows he is lying to himself. The letter is too specific, too intimate in its knowledge. Whoever wrote it knows him, knows the truth of something he has spent 40 years trying to forget. And if one letter has arrived, there is no reason to believe it will be the last. Across London, in a more modest but no less dignified address on Baker Street, another man sits in contemplation, though his thoughts are occupied with matters more immediate and tangible than memory. Sherlock Holmes reclines in his armchair by the fire, his long legs stretched toward the hearth, a pipe sending lazy spirals of smoke toward the ceiling, where they dissipate into the gathering shadows. He's 38 years old, lean as a greyhound, with features that suggest both the scholar and the hawk, sharp, observant, designed for the pursuit of truth in all its elusive forms. The sitting room at 221B is a study in comfortable chaos. Books overflow from shelves onto tables, then from tables onto chairs, creating towers of knowledge that lean at precarious angles. Papers covered in Holmes' distinctive handwriting, a mixture of notes, diagrams, and chemical formulae, are scattered across every available surface. A violin rests on the sofa, its case open, its strings still vibrating faintly from the piece Holmes played an hour earlier. Some melancholy air that seemed to suit the fog pressing against the windows. Dr. John Watson sits opposite Holmes, a newspaper open in his lap, though he has read the same paragraph 3 times without absorbing a word. He is a man of 42, stockier than his companion, with the bearing of someone who has seen combat and emerged both wounded and wiser. His face is honest, reliable, the face of a man who can be trusted with secrets and burdens, who will stand firm when others flee. He has been sharing these rooms with Holmes for several years now, long enough that the detective's odd hours and stranger habits have become a comforting routine rather than a source of bewilderment. Dull, Holmes announces suddenly, breaking the companionable silence. Unutterably, criminally dull, Watson. London has 4 million people engaged in the business of lying to one another, and not one of them has the decency to commit an interesting crime. Watson smiles, folding his newspaper with the patience of someone who has heard similar complaints many times before. Perhaps they are showing consideration for your need for rest. You have worked 3 cases in as many weeks. Rest? Holmes repeats the word as if it is foreign to him, which perhaps it is. Rest is for the retired and the dead, Watson. I am neither, though at this rate I may become the latter from sheer boredom. Before Watson can respond, there is a knock at the door, gentle but insistent. Mrs. Hudson appears a moment later, carrying a tea tray laden with her usual offerings. A pot of strong Assam, cups and saucers of modest china, a plate of biscuits that smell of butter and warmth. She's a woman in her late 50s, with grey hair pinned neatly beneath a lace cap, and eyes that miss very little, despite her claim to pay no attention to her lodger's peculiar comings and goings. "Tea, gentlemen," she announces, setting the tray on the table between them, with the practised efficiency of long routine. "And Mr. Holmes, before you say you're not hungry, I'll remind you that you've eaten nothing since that apple at breakfast, which hardly counts as sustenance for a grown man." Holmes waves a hand dismissively, but Watson notices he reaches for a biscuit nonetheless, a small concession to Mrs. Hudson's concern. The landlady surveys the room with the expression of someone who has long since given up on maintaining perfect order, but still feels obliged to comment on its absence. "There was a gentleman inquiring after you this afternoon," she says, adjusting a crooked stack of books with one hand. "A Lord Blackwood. Said he would call again tomorrow morning if convenient. He seemed..." She pauses, searching for the right word. "Troubled." Holmes sits up slightly, his interest piqued by something in Mrs. Hudson's tone. "Troubled how? The way men look when they're carrying something heavy that can't be seen," she replies, her voice softening with a sympathy that comes from decades of observing human nature from the other side of a landlady's threshold. Like the weight is pressing down on their shoulders, bending them forward even as they try to stand straight. "Did he say what he wished to consult me about?" "He did not. Only that the matter was urgent and private." Mrs. Hudson moves toward the door, then pauses, glancing back. He's a gentleman of quality, that one. You could see it in the cut of his coat and the way he held himself. But quality doesn't protect a man from worry, does it? No, Holmes agrees quietly, his eyes distant now, already turning over possibilities in that remarkable mind. No, it does not. After Mrs. Clip-clop of horses pulling hansoms toward the financial districts where fortunes are made and lost before most honest people have finished their breakfast. In the rooms at 221B, Holmes stands at the window in his dressing gown, a garment of purple silk that Watson suspects was chosen more for its dramatic effect than its warmth. The detective has been awake since dawn, or perhaps never went to sleep at all. With Holmes, it is often difficult to determine which. His hair is dishevelled in a way that suggests fingers run through it repeatedly during deep thought, and there is a restless energy about him that Watson has learned to recognise as anticipation mixed with impatience, the state of a mind that has identified a problem but cannot yet begin solving it. Watson himself has just finished a breakfast of eggs and toast, prepared by Mrs. Hudson with her usual efficiency, and delivered with her usual commentary about gentlemen who refuse to eat properly. He sits now with his second cup of coffee, watching his friend prowl the room like a caged panther, and waiting for the inevitable arrival of Lord Blackwood. The nobleman appears at precisely 10 o'clock, announced by Mrs. Hudson with a formality that suggests she has taken the measure of their visitor, and found him worthy of respect. Lord Blackwood enters the sitting room with the bearing of a man who has spent his life in positions of authority, yet there is something diminished about him this morning, something that makes Watson think of Mrs. Hudson's observation about men carrying invisible weights. His face is pale beneath its habitual tan, and there are shadows beneath his eyes that speak of a night spent in sleepless contemplation. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he begins, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands as he removes his gloves. "I am grateful for your willingness to see me." Holmes gestures to the chair by the fire, the one that has become known as the client's chair through years of occupancy by the worried, the desperate, and the deceived. "Please sit." "Watson, perhaps you would pour Lord Blackwood some tea. He looks as though he could use it." As Watson performs this small service, Holmes himself takes the opposite chair, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes fixed on their visitor with the intensity of a scientist examining a particularly interesting specimen. Lord Blackwood accepts the cup with a nod of thanks, though he does not drink, merely holds it as if the warmth alone provides some comfort. "I find myself in a most delicate situation," Blackwood begins, then stops, seeming to struggle with how to continue. The silence stretches between them, filled only by the gentle hiss and pop of the fire. "I have received correspondence, anonymous correspondence of a nature that I find deeply disturbing." "Threatening letters are, unfortunately, not uncommon among men of your position," Holmes observes, his tone neutral, inviting elaboration without judgment. Demands for money usually from individuals who fancy themselves clever enough to extract payment through fear. If only it were so simple. Blackwood sets down his cup with care as if afraid his hands might betray him and send it crashing to the floor. "The first letter arrived 3 days ago. I dismissed it initially as the work of a crank, someone with too much imagination and too little occupation. But then yesterday..." He reaches into his coat pocket and withdraws 2 envelopes, both expensive vellum, both addressed in the same precise, educated hand. "The second arrived yesterday morning, and this one..." He hesitates, his fingers tightening on the 3rd envelope. "This one came just this morning, mere hours ago." Holmes takes the letters with the delicacy of someone handling evidence at a crime scene, which in a sense, Watson supposes they are. The detective examines each envelope carefully before opening them, noting the paper quality, the ink, the postmark, the angle of the handwriting. His eyes move rapidly across each line, and Watson can almost see the information being filed away, categorised, cross-referenced with everything else Holmes knows about human nature, criminal psychology, and the 1,000 small tells that separate truth from deception. May Holmes holds up the letters and at Blackwood's nod begins to read aloud, his voice taking on the cold, factual tone he uses when presenting evidence. The first. My lord, do you ever think of that summer, the one before your advantageous marriage, when promises meant less to you than property? Some of us have not forgotten. Some of us have paid the price for your ambition every day since. Consider this a reminder that the past is never as buried as we wish it to be. Holmes pauses, glancing at Blackwood, who has gone even paler if such a thing is possible. The second. You built your life on the foundation of another's ruin. Your children bear a name earned through betrayal. Your grandchildren carry blood that should have been honoured differently. How long did you think you could escape the consequences? How many years of comfort did you believe would be sufficient payment for a lifetime of suffering? Watson feels his own discomfort rising as Holmes reads, not at the words themselves, but at the naked pain they reveal in their recipient. These are not the crude demands of a common blackmailer, but something more personal, more surgical in their ability to wound. And the third, received this morning. Holmes's voice remains steady, but Watson detects a note of concern beneath the professional detachment. 3 letters now, my lord, and still you do not act. Perhaps you think silence will protect you. Perhaps you believe your position shields you from judgment. But reputations, like mirrors, shatter so easily. And once broken, they can never be made whole again. You have 1 week to consider your sins. After that, London will consider them with you. The room falls silent except for the ticking of the clock on the mantel and the faint sounds of the street below. Holmes carefully folds the letters and places them on the table between them, arranging them in chronological order as if their sequence might reveal some hidden pattern. I take it, Holmes says quietly, that these accusations are not entirely without foundation. Lord Blackwood's face crumples slightly, the mask of aristocratic composure slipping to reveal the frightened man beneath. I was young, 23 years old, fresh from Oxford, full of my own importance and my family's expectations. There was a young woman. He stops, swallows hard, continues. Her name was Margaret. Margaret Ashford. She was the daughter of a country vicar, beautiful and intelligent and entirely unsuitable for someone of my station. My father made that abundantly clear. Watson pours fresh tea, this time adding a generous splash of brandy from the decanter on the sideboard. Blackwood accepts it gratefully, takes a long swallow, and seems to draw strength from it. We met during a summer house party in Sussex. I fancied myself in love, though looking back I cannot say whether it was truly love or merely the rebellion of youth against parental authority. We became close. Too close, as it turned out. When she told me she was with child, I panicked. My father had already arranged my engagement to Catherine Pemberton. The marriage would unite 2 estates, secure both families' positions. Breaking the engagement would have been unthinkable, would have brought scandal on both houses. So you abandoned Miss Ashford, Holmes states it as fact, not accusation, though Watson sees the nobleman flinch nonetheless. I gave her money. A considerable sum, or so I thought at the time, enough to live comfortably, to raise the child away from prying eyes. I promised to provide further support, to acknowledge the child privately if not publicly. And then I married Catherine, as had been planned all along, and I tried to forget that summer ever happened. And did you, Holmes asks, provide the support you promised? Blackwood's silence is answer enough. Holmes nods slowly, as if confirming something he already suspected. When did you last hear from Miss Ashford? Not for 40 years. I sent money for the first year, perhaps 2, and then... He spreads his hands helplessly. Life moved on. I had a wife, legitimate children, responsibilities. The payments became irregular, then stopped altogether. I told myself she had probably married someone else, that the child was being raised as his own. I told myself many things that allowed me to sleep at night. Watson finds himself thinking of his own capacity for self-deception, the stories men tell themselves to justify their choices, the elaborate mental constructions they build to avoid facing uncomfortable truths. He's not here to judge Lord Blackwood, that is not his role, nor Holmes', but he cannot help the stirring of sympathy mixed with disappointment at the revelation of such common human weakness in a man who should have been strong enough to do better. Holmes rises and begins to pace, his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in thought. The morning light catches the angles of his face, making him look carved from marble, a classical bust come to life to contemplate the failings of lesser mortals. The letters demonstrate education, refinement, access to quality materials. The writer is not a common criminal, but someone familiar with your world, possibly moving within it. The personal nature of the accusations suggests intimate knowledge of the events 4 decades past. Tell me, Lord Blackwood, in all these years, did anyone else know of your relationship with Miss Ashford? My father knew, of course. He's long dead. My younger brother knew as well, but he died in India 15 years ago. Beyond that... Blackwood shakes his head slowly. We were discreet. Her father perhaps suspected, but he died shortly after. She left his house. As far as I know, Margaret told no one. And the child? Watson asks gently. Do you know what became of him? Or her? I don't even know which it was. The admission seems to cost Blackwood something vital, and he sags in his chair like a puppet with cut strings. A son or daughter of mine exists somewhere in the world, and I do not even know if they are alive or dead, happy or suffering. What manner of man does that make me, Doctor? Watson has no answer that would provide comfort, so he offers none. Holmes, however, has moved on from moral considerations to practical matters, as is his nature when faced with a problem that requires solving rather than judging. The letters arrived by post, Holmes observes, examining the envelopes once more. Posted from different locations across London, Mayfair, Bloomsbury, and this morning's from Kensington. The writer is mobile, possibly employing a pattern designed to prevent tracking. The paper is from Pemberton's on Bond Street, expensive but not rare. Dozens of households purchase from them. The ink is standard blue-black, nothing distinctive. The handwriting... He holds one letter up to the light, studying it with the concentration of a scholar translating an ancient text. The handwriting is the key. This is educated penmanship, taught in good schools, but there is something deliberate about it. See here, Watson. Watson moves to his friend's side, peering at the letter Holmes indicates. I see careful script, precise letter forms. What am I missing? The consistency is too perfect. Natural handwriting varies slightly in pressure, angle, spacing. The unconscious tells that mark an individual's script as surely as their fingerprints. This shows none of that natural variation. Whoever wrote these letters was being exceedingly careful to disguise their normal hand while simultaneously maintaining an appearance of educated refinement. So the writer might be someone I know, Blackwood says, his voice hollow with the realization. Someone who moves in society, who might sit across from me at dinner and smile while knowing they plan my destruction. Or someone who knows your world well enough to imitate its characteristics, Holmes counters. We must not leap to conclusions, however tempting they may be. What we know is this: someone with access to quality materials, education, and detailed knowledge of your past is engaged in a campaign designed not merely to extract money, but to cause psychological torment. The escalation from veiled references to explicit threats suggests a timeline the writer is following. The mention of 1 week implies an ultimatum with a specific consequence. They will expose me, Blackwood says dully. They will tell the newspapers, society will turn against me, my family will be ruined by association. Catherine knew nothing of Margaret. It would destroy her to learn of it now, after 40 years of marriage. And my children, my grandchildren. The scandal would taint them all. Holmes returns to his chair, his expression thoughtful. Exposure may indeed be the threat, but I wonder if that is truly the goal. There is an element of personal vendetta here that suggests something beyond simple revelation. The writer is savouring your suffering, prolonging it with each letter. This is about making you feel what they felt, or what someone they care about felt. Margaret, Blackwood whispers, you think this is her? After all these years? It is one possibility among several. Another is that it is your child, now grown. seeking acknowledgement or revenge or both. A third is that it is someone who knew Margaret, who witnessed her suffering and has decided to exact payment on her behalf. Without more information, I cannot determine which is most likely. Watson has been observing their client during this exchange, noting the way hope and fear chase each other across his features like clouds across the sun. "Mr. Holmes, can you help me? Can you discover who is behind this before they destroy everything I have built?" Holmes is silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled once more beneath his chin, his eyes distant as he turns the problem over in that remarkable mind. When he finally speaks, his voice carries the certainty of someone who has made a decision and will not be swayed from it. "I will investigate, Lord Blackwood. I cannot promise to prevent all damage. Some actions once taken cannot be undone, and some secrets once buried leave traces that the most careful concealment cannot erase. But I will discover who has sent these letters and why, and perhaps in doing so, we may find a resolution that does not require the complete destruction you fear." Blackwood rises, his relief visible despite his attempt to maintain composure. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Truly. I am at your disposal for whatever information or assistance you require." After their client has departed, Watson finds Holmes still seated, staring at the letters arranged on the table like cards in a game whose rules only he fully understands. The fog has thickened again, pressing against the windows as if curious about the drama unfolding within. "What do you make of it?" Watson asks, returning to his own chair and pulling out his notebook, ready to begin documenting what promises to be a case as much about the human heart as about criminal investigation. "I make of it what I always make of such matters," Holmes replies, his voice soft but carrying that edge of excitement that appears when he scents a worthy puzzle. A tangle of past sins and present consequences, of actions taken in youth that echo through decades, of the curious ways in which we all believe we can escape our choices if we simply move forward quickly enough. But Lord Blackwood is learning what I have long known, Watson. The past is patient. It can wait 40 years or 40 more. And when it finally comes calling, it brings with it an accounting that must be paid. Watson writes this down, knowing it will serve as the philosophical heart of the case when he finally writes it up for publication, if indeed he ever can. Some stories, he's learning, are too raw, too close to the bone of human weakness, to share with a public that prefers its mysteries neat and its morality uncomplicated. "Where do we begin?" he asks. Holmes smiles, and it is the smile of a hunter who has just caught the scent of his quarry. "We begin, my dear Watson, where all good investigations begin, by finding out everything we can about Margaret Ashford and what became of her after that long ago summer when a young nobleman decided his comfort was worth more than her ruin. And if we are very fortunate, we may even manage to do so before the next letter arrives, and this game advances to its next, inevitable stage. Outside, London moves through its morning rhythm, indifferent to the small human dramas playing out in its countless rooms and houses. The fog swirls and shifts, revealing and concealing in equal measure, much like the truth that Holmes and Watson now find themselves pursuing through the murky waters of old scandal and new revenge. And somewhere in this vast city, someone sits with pen and paper, preparing the next move in a game that has been 40 years in the making. The clock strikes 11. The investigation has begun. The afternoon settles over Baker Street with the weight of old secrets, the kind that press down on a city until even the buildings seem to lean inward, as if sharing confidences with one another. Holmes has transformed the sitting room into what Watson privately thinks of as a laboratory of human weakness. The table now covered with magnifying glasses of various strengths, samples of ink and paper, reference books on handwriting analysis pulled from the shelves, where they normally gather dust between cases. The detective himself is bent over one of the letters like a monk illuminating a manuscript, though the text he studies contains no holy wisdom, only the distilled essence of 40-year-old rage. Watson sits at his desk by the window, ostensibly writing up notes from a previous case, but in truth watching his friend work with a fascination that never quite fades, no matter how many times he witnesses Holmes' particular genius at play. There is something almost musical about the way the detective moves between specimens, his long fingers delicate as a pianist's as he adjusts the lens, shifts the light, compares one letter to another with the patience of someone who knows that truth reveals itself slowly in layers, like paint carefully stripped from an old canvas. The paper, Holmes murmurs, more to himself than to Watson, though he knows his friend is listening, is Pemberton's finest vellum, watermarked with their distinctive crest, a pelican in her piety, which seems almost mockingly appropriate given our client's failure of paternal feeling. They stock this particular weight in 3 shades: cream, white, and this pale blue. Our correspondent chose the blue, which is the most expensive and the least common. Interesting. Watson makes a note, though he's not entirely certain what makes this fact interesting beyond its confirmation that the letter writer possesses both taste and means. Does that narrow the field of suspects? Slightly. Pemberton's keeps meticulous records of their customers. Particularly for this grade of paper, I shall pay them a visit this afternoon. But what intrigues me more is this Holmes beckons Watson over, pointing to a specific passage in the second letter with a pencil. Notice the formation of the capital M in my lord. The initial stroke is confident, pressing firmly into the paper, but the completion of the letter shows a subtle tremor, a momentary hesitation. Now observe the same letter in the third missive. Watson leans closer, squinting at the script. To his untrained eye, both miss look identical, but Holmes is nodding as if Watson has confirmed something significant. You see it, don't you? No. Look here. The angle of the final stroke differs by approximately 5 degrees, minute barely perceptible but present nonetheless. This tells us several things. First, our writer is maintaining a disguised hand, as I suspected, which requires conscious effort and occasionally produces these small inconsistencies. Second, the tremor in the second letter suggests emotional investment in the act of writing. This is not a dispassionate blackmailer, but someone writing from a place of deep, personal feeling. Could it be age? Watson suggests. If this is Margaret Ashford herself, she would be in her 60s by now. A tremor in the hand would not be unusual. Possible, but unlikely. The overall firmness of the script suggests someone in reasonable physical health, with good control of their faculties. An elderly person with a tremor significant enough to affect their handwriting would show more pervasive signs of it. No, this is emotional, not physiological. Our writer's hand shook because whatever they were writing touched something raw within them. Holmes straightens, stretching his back with an audible crack that makes Watson wince sympathetically. The detective moves to the window, pulling aside the curtain to observe the street below, where the late afternoon is painting everything in shades of amber and shadow. The postmarks tell an interesting story as well. The first letter was posted from Mayfair on a Tuesday, the second from Bloomsbury on a Thursday, the third from Kensington this morning, a Saturday. No discernible pattern in the locations, but the timing is precise, every 2 to 3 days, with the intervals shortening. This suggests someone working to a schedule, building pressure systematically. Like a siege, Watson observes, and Holmes nods approvingly. Precisely like a siege. Not a sudden assault, but a gradual tightening of the noose, allowing the victim to feel each incremental increase in threat. It is, in its way, quite elegant. Cruel, certainly, but elegant. Whoever has undertaken this campaign possesses patience and planning, qualities that suggest premeditation rather than impulse. A knock at the door interrupts this analysis, and Mrs. Hudson enters bearing the afternoon post on a silver tray that has seen better days but maintains its dignity through regular polishing. 2 letters for you, Mr. Holmes, and 1 for the doctor. Also, there was a boy came round earlier asking after Lord Blackwood. I told him his lordship wasn't here, but he seemed most anxious to deliver a message. He's waiting downstairs if you wish to speak with him. Holmes's eyes light with interest. A boy? Describe him, if you please. 12 or 13 years old, I'd say. Clean enough, though his clothes have seen some wear. Not a street Arab, mind you. He speaks well, has manners, but there's a nervousness about him, like a sparrow that knows the cat is watching. Send him up, Holmes says immediately. and Watson sees the shift in his friend's demeanour, the coiling tension of a mind that has detected something significant in this seemingly minor detail. The boy who enters a moment later confirms Mrs. Hudson's description. He is indeed on the cusp between childhood and adolescence, with that gangly awkwardness that suggests his body is growing faster than his coordination can accommodate. His clothes are clean but patched, his boots scuffed but polished. The uniform of someone who has learned that appearance matters even when means are limited. His eyes, however, are what catch Watson's attention. Dark, intelligent, and carrying a wariness that seems too old for his years. "You have a message for Lord Blackwood?" Holmes asks gently, gesturing for the boy to come closer. "I am Sherlock Holmes, and his lordship has engaged me to handle certain matters on his behalf. You may trust me with whatever information you carry." The boy hesitates, gnawing his lower lip in the universal gesture of uncertainty. "I was paid to deliver it personal-like, sir, to his lordship and no one else. The lady said it was most particular important." "The lady?" Holmes leans forward, his entire focus now concentrated on the boy like sunlight through a magnifying glass. "Describe her, please. Take your time, include every detail you can remember, no matter how small it may seem." The boy closes his eyes, clearly trying to recall the encounter with precision. "She was old, sir. Not ancient, but weathered, if you take my meaning. Grey hair done up proper beneath a black bonnet. Dressed in mourning, all black but good quality cloth. She had a face like..." He struggles for the right description. "Like someone who'd been beautiful once but had all the softness worn away by hard living. Sharp bones, sharp eyes. She looked at me like she could see right through to my thoughts." Watson sees Holmes exchange a glance with him, both recognising the potential significance of this description. "And what exactly did she ask you to do?" "She stopped me near Regent's Park 3 days ago, asked if I was a reliable lad who could follow instructions. When I said yes, she gave me a shilling, and this letter told me to watch Lord Blackwood's house in Belgravia and deliver it to him when he returned home today. Said there'd be another shilling if I did it proper and didn't tell no one about it. Yet here you are, telling me," Holmes observes without judgment. The boy's chin lifts slightly, defensive. "I watched his lordship leave his house this morning, followed him here, saw him go in looking poorly. When he left, he looked even worse. I thought maybe whatever's in this letter is part of what's troubling him, and maybe someone ought to know about it before he gets it. Ma always said there's right and there's legal, and sometimes they ain't the same thing." "Your mother sounds like a wise woman," Holmes says warmly. "What's your name, lad?" "Tom, sir, Tom Farrow." "Well, Tom Farrow, you have done exactly right in bringing this to me. Now I need you to answer very carefully. Could you find this woman again? Would you recognise her if you saw her?" "I'd know her anywhere, sir. She had a way of looking at you that's hard to forget, like she was measuring you and finding you wanting, all without saying a word." Holmes produces a sovereign from his pocket, a sum that makes the boy's eyes widen. "This is yours if you agree to keep watch and bring me word immediately if you see her again. Can you do that?" Tom's fingers close around the coin with the reverence usually reserved for holy relics. "I can, sir. I surely can." After the boy has departed, clutching his fortune and promising to return with any news, Holmes examines the letter Tom brought with the same meticulous attention he gave the others. The envelope matches the previous 3 in every detail. The same blue vellum, the same precise handwriting, the same absence of return address. But there is something different about this one, Watson notices. Holmes's hands are not quite steady as he opens it, and for a moment the detective simply stares at the contents without speaking. "Holmes?" Watson ventures, concerned by his friend's unusual silence. "It is as I suspected," Holmes says finally, his voice carrying a note of something Watson cannot quite identify. Satisfaction at being correct, perhaps, mixed with a deeper unease. And yet confirmation does not make it any less disturbing. "Listen to this, Watson. 4 letters now, my lord, and still you cling to the illusion that this will somehow resolve itself without consequence. But there is no resolution that does not require reckoning. You took everything from me. My youth, my reputation, my future. You gave me a child to raise alone in shame while you lived in comfort and respectability. That child is grown now, Lord Blackwood. Grown and gone, buried in a pauper's grave because I could not afford better, because the money you promised never came, because you forgot us as easily as one forgets a pleasant dream upon waking. I have lived 40 years with that loss. Now you will live with it too. In 3 days, all of London will know what manner of man you truly are. Consider it my gift to you, the truth you worked so hard to bury. The silence that follows is profound, broken only by the ticking of the clock and the distant sound of a street vendor calling out his wares. Watson feels the weight of those words settling over the room like fresh snow, cold and suffocating. The child is dead, he says quietly. This is about grief then, and revenge. More than that, Holmes rises, begins pacing with that restless energy that indicates his mind is working at its highest capacity. This is about making Blackwood feel what she felt. The progression of the letters follows the arc of her own experience. First the veiled hints, like her own growing awareness of pregnancy. Then the explicit accusations, like a confrontation with reality. Then the threats, mirroring her own desperation as his support failed. And now this, the revelation that the child, their child, died without ever knowing its father, without ever receiving the care and acknowledgement that should have been its birthright. She calls herself I, not we, Watson points out, so we can reasonably conclude this is Margaret Ashford herself, not a representative or the child. Indeed. And the description Tom gave matches someone who has lived a hard life, who has been worn down by years of struggle and grief. A woman in mourning, watching from the shadows, using what little resources she has left to orchestrate this campaign. It is... Holmes pauses, searching for the right word. Tragic. There is no other word for it. This entire situation is a tragedy that was set in motion 40 years ago, when a young man chose expedience over honour, and a young woman paid the price for his weakness. Watson moves to the brandy decanter, pours 2 generous measures and hands one to Holmes. What do we do? We cannot simply allow her to destroy Blackwood's life regardless of what he did 4 decades ago. There are innocents involved. His wife, his children, his grandchildren. They have done nothing to deserve the scandal that will engulf them. And yet, Holmes takes a long sip, staring into the amber liquid as if it might contain answers. Margaret Ashford is also innocent. She was barely more than a girl when this began, seduced by a man who should have known better, abandoned when his support was most needed. She raised a child alone, watched that child die, has lived with that loss for years. Does she not deserve justice? Does she not have the right to name the man who ruined her life? 2 wrongs don't make a right, Watson argues, though he can hear the lack of conviction in his own voice. Justice and revenge are not the same thing. No, Holmes agrees softly, but sometimes they wear each other's faces, and it becomes impossible to say where one ends and the other begins. This is why I prefer cases involving stolen jewels and forged documents, Watson. Objects have no feelings. They cannot make you question whether catching the thief is truly the right thing to do. The afternoon darkens toward evening, and Mrs. Hudson brings lamps that push back the shadows, but cannot quite banish them entirely. Holmes returns to his examination of the letters, this time focusing on something Watson has not seen him investigate before. A small leather-bound volume pulled from his shelves, filled with samples of handwriting collected over years of cases. He compares scripts, makes notes, occasionally grunting in satisfaction or frustration. I believe, he says at last, breaking a silence that has stretched for nearly an hour, that I can trace the specific shop where this paper was purchased and possibly even identify the buyer. The watermark, you see, includes a batch number visible only under certain light conditions. Pemberton's would have records of which shops received paper from this particular batch. From there, we can narrow down who purchased it. And then what? Watson asks. We confront Margaret Ashford, convince her to stop, threaten her with legal action if she continues. Holmes sets down his magnifying glass and meets Watson's eyes with an expression that mingles determination with something approaching sorrow. Then, my dear Watson, we do something far more difficult. We attempt to broker a peace between 2 people who have wronged each other in ways that cannot be undone, who have suffered losses that cannot be restored. We try to find a resolution that prevents further harm while acknowledging that true justice in this case may be impossible to achieve. You sound pessimistic about our chances. I am realistic about human nature. Blackwood wants his reputation preserved without having to face the consequences of his actions. Margaret Ashford wants acknowledgement and revenge. These are not compatible desires. Something must give, and given that we have only 3 days before her promised exposure, we must work quickly to determine what that something will be. A thought occurs to Watson, one that seems obvious in retrospect. Have you considered that she might be bluffing? That she has no actual means to expose him? That these letters are merely psychological warfare without substance behind them? Holmes shakes his head slowly. Look at the progression, the planning, the resources already expended. This is not a bluff. This is a woman who has spent possibly years preparing for this moment, who has tracked Blackwood's life and movements, who has the determination and the means to follow through. No, Watson. She intends exactly what she says. In 3 days, unless we intervene, all of London will learn Lord Edmund Blackwood's darkest secret. He returns to the window, gazing out at the street where gas lamps are being lit one by one, small pools of light pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The question is not whether she can do it, but whether we should stop her. And that, I confess, is a question I am finding considerably more difficult to answer than I had anticipated. Watson joins him at the window, watching London settle into its evening rhythm, the working people hurrying home, the wealthy departing for their evening entertainments, the eternal dance of a city that never truly sleeps. Somewhere out there, Margaret Ashford sits in her rented room or modest lodging, perhaps writing the next letter in her campaign, perhaps simply waiting for the deadline she has set to arrive. And in Belgravia, Lord Blackwood paces his study, wondering if he will be the architect of his own salvation or the witness to his final, complete downfall. "We have 3 days," Holmes says finally, his voice carrying the resolution of a decision made. 3 days to find Margaret Ashford, to understand fully what drives her, and to determine whether the debt Blackwood owes can be paid in any currency other than public shame. It is not much time, Watson, but then again, 40 years was apparently not enough time for either of them to escape the choices they made one summer, when both were young and foolish, and certain that the future would somehow forgive them. He turns from the window, and Watson sees the familiar fire of purpose burning in his friend's eyes, the look that appears when Holmes has committed himself fully to a case. "Come, we have work to do. Pemberton's will still be open for another hour, and I wish to examine their records tonight. Tomorrow we trace the paper to its purchaser, and the day after that, God willing, we find our grief-stricken correspondent and attempt to prevent a tragedy from becoming a catastrophe." Watson retrieves his coat and hat, knowing that the evening ahead will likely be long and possibly fruitless, but unable to suppress a small thrill of anticipation nonetheless. This is what he signed up for when he agreed to share rooms with Sherlock Holmes. Not just the puzzles and the deductions, but these moments when the work becomes about more than solving a mystery, when it becomes about understanding the human heart in all its complicated, contradictory, sometimes heartbreaking complexity. The fog has returned in full force by the time they step out onto Baker Street, wrapping around them like a living thing, muffling sounds and obscuring vision, until the world becomes a series of soft-edged impressions rather than clear realities. It seems fitting, Watson thinks, for a case built on secrets and shadows, on events long buried but never truly forgotten. They walk side by side into that fog, two friends in pursuit of truth, knowing that what they find may satisfy no one and help everyone, or might simply reveal that some wounds run too deep to ever fully heal. Behind them, in the now empty sitting room, the letters remain on the table, their words unchanged, their accusations undiminished by analysis or sympathy. They wait patiently, as the past always waits, certain that eventually all debts must be paid, all secrets must be told, and all sins, no matter how long buried, must one day face the unforgiving light of day. The morning arrives with a clarity unusual for London in November, as if the city has decided to grant them a reprieve from its habitual fog, a brief moment of vision before the shadows close in once more. Watson wakes to find Holmes already dressed and seated at the breakfast table, surrounded by papers and ledgers borrowed from Pemberton's stationers the previous evening. The detective has that particular look about him, the slightly wild-eyed intensity that suggests he's been awake all night, sustained by nothing more than coffee and the peculiar energy that a promising lead provides to his singular constitution. "Ah, Watson," Holmes greets him without looking up from the ledger he's examining. "Good. You're awake. I trust you slept well, as one of us needed to maintain some semblance of normal human function. I have had a most productive night." Watson pours himself coffee from the pot Mrs. Hudson has left, warming on the sideboard, noting that it is still hot despite the early hour, which means their landlady has already been up to check on her eccentric lodger. "Dare I ask what you have discovered, or would you prefer to maintain the suspense until I have had sufficient caffeine to appreciate your brilliance?" "Your sarcasm is noted and appreciated," Holmes says with a faint smile. "But in this case, I think you will find the results worth the telling. The paper used in our anonymous letters came from a batch delivered to 3 shops in London, one in Mayfair, one in Bloomsbury, and one in Kensington. Note the correlation with the postmarks on the letters themselves. Our correspondent purchased the paper at different locations to avoid detection," Watson observes, settling into his chair with his coffee and a piece of toast that he suspects will be his only breakfast, given Holmes's evident eagerness to continue the investigation. "Precisely. But here is where it becomes interesting. I spent several hours reviewing Pemberton's records of sales from these 3 batches. The Mayfair shop sold 12 reams to various customers, all accounted for and all to established clients with billing accounts. The Kensington shop sold 8 reams, again all documented. But the Bloomsbury shop, Holmes taps the ledger with one long finger. The Bloomsbury shop records a sale of 1 ream to a cash customer 3 weeks ago. No name, no address, simply a notation that the customer was female, middle-aged, and paid in coins." Watson leans forward, his interest now fully engaged despite the early hour. "So we know Margaret Ashford purchased paper in Bloomsbury 3 weeks ago, suggesting she has been planning this campaign for at least that long. We know someone matching her description purchased paper," Holmes corrects gently. "We must be careful not to leap ahead of our evidence, tempting though it may be. However, I took the liberty of visiting the shop myself at first light. The proprietor, a Mr. Grenville, remembers the transaction quite clearly. The woman who purchased the paper, he says, had an accent that suggested education but also years spent away from refined society. She inquired specifically about paper that would be appropriate for formal correspondence, and when shown various options, selected the most expensive without hesitation. Mr. Grenville found this peculiar, as her dress, while respectable, suggested modest means rather than the wealth usually associated with such extravagant stationery choices. She was making a statement, Watson suggests, showing Blackwood that she could afford the same quality he uses, that she moves in his world even if he has forgotten her. An astute observation. There is psychology in every choice, Watson, and our correspondent's choices reveal someone who wishes to be seen as Blackwood's equal, not his victim. The expensive paper, the educated handwriting, the literary quality of the letters themselves, all of it speaks to a person asserting their worth in the face of someone who once dismissed them as worthless. Mrs. Hudson arrives with fresh toast and a pot of marmalade, clucking disapprovingly at the state of the room, papers scattered everywhere, Holmes still in yesterday's collar, the general air of controlled chaos that descends when the detective is in the grip of a case. She says nothing, however, having long since learned that her lodgers exist in their own peculiar orbit that cannot be altered by conventional domesticity. After she's departed, Holmes produces a small notebook from his pocket, the kind he uses to record addresses and observations during investigations. "I have made a list of every boarding house, lodging house, and modest hotel within a mile radius of each shop where paper was purchased. It is tedious work, Watson, but necessary. Somewhere in this city, Margaret Ashford has established herself, and the pattern of her purchases suggests she's not living in Belgravia or Mayfair, but somewhere more humble, somewhere that her resources can sustain." "That could be dozens of addresses," Watson protests, eyeing the notebook with some dismay. 37 to be precise. I have already eliminated those that cater exclusively to men or to families with children. That leaves 23 possibilities. I propose we divide them between us. You take the addresses in Bloomsbury and Russell Square. I will investigate those in Clerkenwell and Holborn. We are looking for a woman in her early 60s living alone, possibly using a false name but matching the description young Tom provided. Grey-haired, sharp-featured, dressed in mourning with an air of faded gentility. Watson glances at the clock. It is barely 7 in the morning, an hour when most respectable boarding houses are still serving breakfast to their residents. Should we not wait until a more appropriate time to begin calling? Time, my dear Watson, is the one commodity we cannot afford to waste. We have 2 days left before Margaret Ashford's promised exposure of Lord Blackwood. Every hour we delay is an hour closer to a scandal that will destroy an entire family. Besides, Holmes adds with a slight smile, landladies are early risers by necessity. We will not be disturbing anyone's sleep except perhaps our own, which, as you have noted, at least one of us has already sacrificed. They venture out into the morning, which despite its clarity still carries the damp chill of November. The kind of cold that seeps through wool and cotton to settle in the bones. The streets are already alive with the working day milk carts and coal wagons rattling past. Shop boys opening shutters. The first omnibuses rumbling toward the financial districts where fortunes are made before most people have finished their breakfast. Watson finds himself thinking about the vast machine that is London, how it churns on regardless of individual dramas, how Margaret Ashford and Lord Blackwood are merely 2 small gears in a mechanism too large to care about their suffering. They separate at Holborn, Holmes heading north while Watson turns east toward Bloomsbury, each armed with a list of addresses and a description that might match half the widows in London. Watson's first 3 attempts yield nothing. A boarding house that caters exclusively to theatrical people, a lodging house whose landlady insists she has no tenants matching the description, and a residential hotel where the desk clerk proves so unhelpful that Watson suspects he is being deliberately obstructive, though whether to protect a tenant or simply out of general surliness is impossible to determine. His 4th call takes him to a narrow house on Guildford Street, squeezed between a tobacconist and a modest tea shop. The building leans slightly, as if tired from years of standing upright, and the brass nameplate beside the door reads, Mrs. Winters, respectable lodgings for ladies. Watson rings the bell and waits, listening to footsteps approach from within. The woman who opens the door is herself in her 60s, round and comfortable looking, with flour on her hands and a suspicious expression that suggests she has dealt with enough unwanted visitors to have developed a healthy scepticism towards strangers. Yes? Good morning, madam. I am Dr. John Watson, and I'm attempting to locate a lady who may be residing in this area. She's approximately 60 years of age, grey-haired, dressed in mourning, with a dignified bearing. I have reason to believe she may have taken lodgings in this neighbourhood within the past few weeks. Mrs. Winters' expression does not soften, but neither does she immediately close the door. And why would you be looking for such a lady, if I may ask? I don't allow trouble in my house, doctor, if that's what you are. I assure you I mean the lady no harm, rather the opposite. There is a matter of some delicacy involving her family, and I have been asked to deliver information that she would wish to receive. It is not quite a lie, Watson tells himself, merely a strategic presentation of facts in a manner designed to achieve the necessary result. Mrs. Winters considers this, wiping her hands on her apron. I have a lady fitting that description, yes. Came to me about 3 weeks ago, paid a month in advance, keeps to herself mostly, goes out regular like, comes back at odd hours but always respectable, always quiet, calls herself Mrs. Thornton. Watson's pulse quickens, though he maintains his composure. Might I speak with her? I promise I will conduct myself with absolute propriety and will not disturb your other tenants. She's not here presently. Went out early this morning, before breakfast even, but she'll be back by noon, she always is. Takes her lunch in her room, regular as clockwork. Mrs. Winters studies Watson with eyes that have clearly learned to read character through years of assessing potential tenants. You seem a decent sort, Doctor. If you want to wait in the parlour, you're welcome to, but if you cause any upset, out you go, understood? Perfectly understood, madam, and I am grateful for your kindness. The parlour proves to be a small, over-furnished room that smells of lavender and old wood, its walls covered in faded wallpaper, depicting pastoral scenes that have yellowed with age. Watson takes a seat in a horsehair chair that has seen better decades and attempts to make himself comfortable for what may be a lengthy wait. Through the window he can see the street outside, the morning traffic gradually increasing as London fully awakens to face another day. An hour passes, marked by the clock on the mantelpiece, which ticks with the relentless patience of something that has measured out countless hours of other people's lives. Watson uses the time to review his notes from Holmes' investigation, to consider what he will say when Margaret Ashford, or Mrs. Thornton, as she now calls herself, finally appears. How does one approach a woman who has suffered decades of abandonment and loss? What words can possibly bridge the gap between her grief and their need to prevent the destruction she's planned? At 11:30, he hears the front door open, followed by Mrs. Winter's voice greeting someone. Footsteps on the stairs, light but firm, the tread of someone who has walked many miles and learned to do so without complaint. Watson rises, smoothing his jacket, preparing himself for a confrontation he suspects will be far more emotionally fraught than any physical danger he has faced in Afghanistan or in the course of his adventures with Holmes. A few moments later, Mrs. Winters appears in the doorway. "Mrs. Thornton has agreed to see you, Doctor, but she says if you're here to threaten her or to plead Lord Blackwood's case, you can save your breath and leave." Now, Watson feels a chill at this confirmation. The woman knows why he has come, which means she has been expecting something like this, has prepared herself for the possibility of discovery. "I am here neither to threaten nor to plead," he says carefully. "I am here to listen, and to see if there might be a path forward that serves justice without destroying the innocent." Mrs. Winters nods, apparently satisfied with this response, and leads him up 2 flights of narrow stairs to a door at the back of the house. She knocks once, then opens it. "Dr. Watson, ma'am." The room Watson enters is small but scrupulously clean, with a narrow bed, a washstand, a table with 2 chairs, and a window that looks out over the rooftops toward the British Museum's distinctive dome. Seated at the table is a woman who matches Tom's description so precisely that Watson would have known her anywhere. Grey hair drawn back severely beneath a black bonnet, a face that indeed shows the bones of former beauty beneath the weathering of hard years, and eyes that fix on Watson with an intensity that makes him feel as though he is being weighed, measured, and quite possibly found wanting. "Dr. Watson," she says, her voice carrying the educated accent Mr. Grenville noted, though there is a roughness beneath it, a quality that speaks of years spent in circumstances that erode refinement. "I confess I expected Mr. Holmes himself. Am I considered so insignificant a quarry that he sends his associate instead?" "Mr. Holmes is pursuing other aspects of the investigation," Watson replies, remaining standing until she gestures for him to take the second chair. "But I assure you, I am fully authorised to speak on behalf of both Mr. Holmes and Lord Blackwood." Lord Blackwood. She pronounces the name with a particular emphasis, as if it is both familiar and foreign, a word from a language she once spoke fluently, but has not used in decades. And what does his lordship wish to say to me after 40 years of silence? Does he offer apologies money, or simply a plea to go away quietly and allow him to continue his comfortable life undisturbed? Watson takes a breath, choosing his words carefully. He wishes to make amends if such a thing is possible. He acknowledges the wrong he did you, the promises he broke, the suffering he caused. He's prepared to provide whatever compensation might help to right those wrongs. Margaret Ashford, for Watson is certain now that this is who she is, laughs, though there is no humour in the sound. Compensation. How very like a man of his class to believe that money can purchase forgiveness, that a sufficiently large cheque can erase 40 years of shame and struggle and loss. Tell me, Doctor, what is the current market value of a ruined life? What sum would you consider adequate payment for watching your child die of fever because you could not afford a proper physician? What price would you place on decades spent as a social outcast, turned away from respectable employment, forced to take in sewing and washing to survive? I cannot answer that, Watson admits quietly. No sum would be adequate, but neither will destroying Lord Blackwood's reputation restore what you have lost. His wife is innocent of his youthful sins. His children and grandchildren bear no responsibility for choices made before they were born. Is it just to punish them for his failures? And what of my child? Margaret's voice rises slightly, passion breaking through her controlled facade. Was my child not innocent? Did my son? Yes, doctor, it was a son. A beautiful boy I named Thomas after my father. Did he bear any responsibility for the circumstances of his birth? Yet he suffered for it nonetheless. He grew up knowing he had no father, knowing that his mother was whispered about in the village where we lived, knowing that the world considered him illegitimate, less than, unworthy of the name and acknowledgement that should have been his birthright. Watson feels the weight of her grief like a physical presence in the small room. What happened to him? He asks gently. Your son. Margaret turns to the window, her profile sharp against the pale light. He was 16 when the fever took him. 16 years old, on the cusp of manhood, and I could do nothing but watch him burn with it. I sat by his bed in our rented room. A room not unlike this one, small and draughty and cheap, and I held his hand and told him it would be all right, that he would recover. But we both knew I was lying. There was no money for a good doctor, no money for the medicines he needed. I had written to Lord Blackwood 3 times in the previous year, begging for help, explaining that our son was ill. He never replied, not once. She turns back to Watson, and he sees tears on her cheeks, though her voice remained steady. Thomas died not knowing his father's name. I never told him. I told myself it was to protect him, to spare him the knowledge that his father had abandoned us. But perhaps I was protecting Edmund instead even then. Even as my son drew his last breath, I kept his father's secret. And when Thomas was buried in a pauper's grave because I could not afford anything better, when I stood alone at that grave with no family to support me and no hope of ever recovering from the loss, I made myself a promise. Edmund would know what he had done. He would feel what I felt. He would understand that his comfort was purchased with my son's life. The silence that follows is profound. Watson finds himself at a loss for words, confronted with a grief so deep and justified that any attempt to argue against her planned revenge feels obscene. How can he tell this woman that she should forgive, should move on, should allow the man who destroyed her life to continue his peaceful existence? What right does he have to ask such a thing? I'm sorry, he says finally inadequately. I am deeply, profoundly sorry for your loss and for the suffering you have endured. No one should have to bear what you have borne, and yet many do, Margaret replies, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief that has been mended multiple times. The world is full of women like me, doctor women seduced and abandoned, women left to raise children alone, women punished for a moment of weakness, while the men who shared that weakness faced no consequences whatsoever. I am not unique in my suffering, I am merely unique in my opportunity for revenge. Is that what you want? Watson asks. Revenge, or do you want acknowledgement, recognition? An apology that truly means something. Margaret considers this question for a long moment, her fingers twisting the handkerchief in her lap. I want him to admit what he did. I want him to acknowledge that Thomas existed, that he was a person worthy of love and care, not a shameful secret to be buried and forgotten. I want the world to know that Lord Edmund Blackwood, for all his respectability and his charity work and his position in society, is a man who abandoned his own child to poverty and death. I want justice, Dr. Watson, and if justice looks like revenge, perhaps that is because they are sometimes the same thing. Watson leans forward, his voice gentle but urgent. But at what cost? Your letters have already driven Lord Blackwood to the edge of despair. In 3 days you plan to expose him publicly, to destroy not just his reputation, but the lives of everyone connected to him. His wife will be humiliated. His children will be tainted by scandal. His grandchildren will grow up knowing their grandfather's shame. Is that truly justice? Or is it simply spreading your pain to encompass more victims? "They are not my responsibility," Margaret says, but Watson hears the first hint of uncertainty in her voice. "I did not create this situation. Edmund did. Let him face the consequences. And if he does face them, if he publicly acknowledges Thomas, if he makes a full confession and accepts whatever social punishment results will that heal your grief, will it bring Thomas back? Or will you simply have the satisfaction of knowing you have destroyed others as thoroughly as you were destroyed?" Margaret rises abruptly, moving to the window, her back to Watson. He waits, sensing that she is wrestling with something, that the certainty that drove her campaign is beginning to crack under the weight of questions she has perhaps not allowed herself to ask. Minutes pass, measured by the clock on her small mantelpiece, each second bringing them closer to the deadline she has set. Finally she speaks, her voice barely above a whisper. "What does he want from me, Edmund? What is he offering beyond money?" Watson chooses his words carefully, knowing that what he says next may determine whether this situation can be resolved peacefully or will explode into the scandal Margaret has promised. He wants to meet with you, to speak with you directly if you are willing, to hear about Thomas, to acknowledge his son's existence, and to discuss how he might make amends in a way that honours Thomas's memory rather than simply buying your silence. After 40 years, he wants to talk, Margaret says bitterly. How convenient. Perhaps it is 40 years too late, Watson acknowledges, but it is still more than he has offered before, and it may be the beginning of something that brings you peace rather than simply revenge. Margaret turns from the window, and Watson sees that she is exhausted, worn down not just by years of struggle, but by the emotional weight of carrying hatred for so long. "I will consider it," she says finally. "That is all I can promise. I will consider whether Edmund Blackwood's words after all this time are worth hearing. But know this, Dr. Watson will not be bought off. I will not be silenced with money and vague promises. I agree to meet with him. It will be on my terms, in a place of my choosing, with witnesses present to ensure that whatever is said truthfully and cannot be denied later." "That seems fair," Watson agrees, rising from his chair. "How shall I contact you with arrangements?" She gives him a hard look. "You have found me once, I trust you. And Mr. Holmes can find me again if needed. I will be here for 2 more days." After that she leaves the sentence unfinished, but the implication is clear. Watson bows slightly, preparing to leave when Margaret speaks again. "Doctor, may I ask you something? Do you have children?" "I do not." Watson replies, "Then you cannot truly understand what I lost. No one can who has not held their child as they died, and known that their death might have been prevented if only there had been money, if only there had been help, if only the child's father had cared enough to respond to desperate pleas. Remember that when you speak to Edmund Blackwood. Remember that his comfort was purchased with my son's life." Watson leaves the boarding house with those words echoing in his mind, walking through streets that seem suddenly too bright, too ordinary, too indifferent to the human suffering that exists in every narrow room and forgotten corner. He must find Holmes, must relay what he has learned, must help his friend devise a solution that might prevent the catastrophe that looms just days away. But more than that, he must find a way to carry the weight of Margaret Ashford's grief without letting it crush him, without letting it blind him to the complex truth that sometimes there are no solutions, only choices between different kinds of pain. The morning has turned to afternoon by the time he reaches Baker Street, and Holmes is already there, pacing the sitting room with the restless energy of someone who has had his own productive day. But when Watson begins to speak, to share what he has learned, Holmes falls silent, listening with that perfect attention he reserves for matters of true importance. And when Watson finishes, describing Margaret's grief and rage, and the faint possibility that she might be willing to meet with Blackwood, Holmes nods slowly, his eyes distant. "Then we have a chance," the detective says quietly. "A small one, perhaps, but a chance nonetheless. Now we must determine how to use it wisely, before time runs out and choice becomes catastrophe." Outside, London continues its eternal rhythm, indifferent as always to the small human dramas playing out in its midst. But in the rooms at 221B Baker Street, two men sit in contemplation, trying to solve a puzzle that has no perfect answer, seeking a resolution to a tragedy that began 40 years ago and threatens to claim new victims before it ends. The evening settles over London like a benediction, soft and grey and forgiving in the way that only twilight can be, when the harsh edges of day blur into something more merciful. In the sitting room at Baker Street, Holmes and Watson sit in council, the gas lamps turned low, the fire burning with a steady warmth that does little to dispel the chill that has settled over their discussion. Between them on the table lies the fourth letter, its words a stark reminder of the deadline that approaches with the inexorable patience of fate itself. 2 days, Holmes murmurs, more to himself than to Watson. 48 hours to broker a peace between two people whose grievances stretch back longer than some nations have existed. I have faced murderers with more optimism. Watson refills their brandy glasses, noting that his friend has barely touched the previous measure, which is unusual. Holmes typically approaches alcohol with the same methodical efficiency he applies to everything else, using it as fuel when needed, ignoring it when not. But tonight, there is a distraction about him, a wandering quality to his attention that suggests his mind is turning over problems that have no clean solutions. "You believe Margaret Ashford will agree to meet with Lord Blackwood?" Watson asks, though he knows the answer is uncertain at best. "I believe she is exhausted," Holmes replies, finally taking a sip of his brandy. Grief is a demanding companion, Watson. It requires constant feeding, constant attention. For 40 years she has carried her rage like a banner, has let it define her existence, has shaped every decision around the absence of the child she lost. That kind of singular focus takes a toll that most people cannot imagine. She's tired, and tired people sometimes make choices they would not make when their strength is at full measure. You make it sound as though agreeing to meet would be a weakness, not a weakness, a surrender perhaps. She has spent decades preparing for this moment of revenge, and now we ask her to set it aside for the possibility of something else: understanding, acknowledgement, perhaps even a form of peace. That requires letting go of the thing that has sustained her, trusting that what replaces it will be sufficient. It is no small ask. A knock at the door interrupts this philosophical meditation, and Mrs. Hudson enters with her usual efficiency, bearing not tea this time but a telegram on a silver tray. Holmes takes it with a nod of thanks, opens it, and his expression shifts subtly, not quite surprise but something close to it, a recalibration of expectations. From Lord Blackwood, he announces, passing the telegram to Watson. He requests our presence at his home immediately. He says it is urgent and cannot wait until morning. Watson reads the brief message, noting the terseness that suggests either extreme distress or careful control of emotion. He cannot tell which. Another letter? Possible. Or perhaps he has simply reached the limit of what he can endure without cracking. Men of his generation were raised to maintain composure above all else, to present an unruffled facade regardless of internal turmoil. But everyone has a breaking point, and I suspect Lord Blackwood has found his. They make their way through evening streets where the working day has ended, but the night's entertainments have not yet fully begun. That peculiar hour when London seems to pause and consider its options. The gas lamps cast pools of yellow light that struggle against the gathering darkness, and somewhere in the distance a church bell tolls the hour with the mournful certainty of something that has marked time through wars and plagues and the rise and fall of dynasties, indifferent to all of it. The Blackwood residence in Belgravia looms against the darkening sky, its white stone facade glowing faintly in the lamplight, its windows blazing with the kind of illumination that suggests either celebration or crisis. The butler who admits them has the tight-lipped expression of a servant who has witnessed something disturbing, but knows better than to speak of it. He leads them not to the study where they first met Lord Blackwood, but to the drawing room, where they find not just their client, but also a woman Watson assumes must be Lady Catherine Blackwood. She sits with the rigid posture of someone holding themselves together, through sheer force of will, her hands folded in her lap, her face pale but composed. She's in her early 60s, Watson estimates, with silver hair arranged in an elaborate style that speaks of patience and a lady's maid, and the kind of innate dignity that comes from a lifetime of knowing one's place in the social order and maintaining it without question. When Holmes and Watson enter, she rises with the automatic courtesy of her class, though her eyes remained fixed on some middle distance, as if looking directly at them might somehow crack her carefully maintained composure. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Lord Blackwood begins, his voice carrying a tremor that was not present during their previous meeting. "I apologise for the urgent summons, but circumstances have developed. My wife has learned of the situation." Holmes glances between the couple, his sharp eyes noting the space between them. Not merely physical distance, but the kind of separation that suggests a chasm has opened that may never be fully bridged. How did she come to know? Lady Catherine speaks for the first time, her voice carrying the crystalline quality of someone who has learned to project authority through modulation rather than volume. "Inspector Lestrade came to call this afternoon, asking questions about my husband's past, about old correspondences, about a woman named Margaret Ashford. He was remarkably indiscreet, Mr. Holmes, either through incompetence or deliberate malice. When I pressed Edmund for an explanation after the inspector departed, he told me everything." Watson sees Holmes's jaw tighten, the only external sign of his irritation. Lestrade's involvement was not part of their investigation, which means the inspector has either stumbled onto the case independently, or more likely has been pursuing his own inquiries based on information he should not have possessed. "Lestrade," Holmes says with barely contained frustration. "Of course." The official police cannot resist inserting themselves into matters they do not fully understand, motivated more by the desire for credit than by any genuine concern for justice or discretion. "He seemed quite convinced that my husband is being blackmailed," Lady Catherine continues, her tone suggesting she has not yet decided whether this interpretation makes the situation better or worse. "He spoke of anonymous letters, of threats, of extortion. He wanted to know if we had complied with any demands, if money had changed hands. I naturally had no idea what he was speaking of and said so. Lord Blackwood has moved to the window, his back to the room, his shoulders hunched in a posture that suggests he wishes he could simply disappear into the evening shadows. Catherine deserved to know the truth, he says quietly. Not from a bumbling inspector making crude inquiries, but from me, directly, honestly. So I told her. About Margaret, about the child, about my failure to honour my promises. I told her everything. The silence that follows is profound and uncomfortable. The kind of quiet that seems to press against the eardrums and demand acknowledgement. Watson finds himself searching for something to say that might provide comfort, or at least fill the void. But Holmes speaks first, his voice gentle in a way that suggests he understands the magnitude of what has just transpired. Lady Blackwood, I cannot imagine how difficult this must be for you. To learn such things about one's husband after decades of marriage, to have one's understanding of the past suddenly rewritten by revelations that change everything. It is a grief of its own kind. Catherine turns to face him, and Watson sees tears standing in her eyes, though they do not fall. 43 years, Mr. Holmes. I have been married to Edmund for 43 years. We have raised 3 children together, weathered scandals and triumphs, grown old in each other's company, and in all that time, not once did he tell me that he had a son with another woman. Not once did he confide that he had made promises he failed to keep, that somewhere in the world a child existed who carried his blood. I have spent my life believing I knew this man, and now I discover that I knew, only the version of himself he chose to present. Catherine, please. Lord Blackwood turns from the window, his face anguished. I wanted to tell you 1,000 times, but how could I? What words could possibly convey such a betrayal without destroying everything we had built together? I chose silence not to deceive you, but to protect you, to protect our family. It was cowardice, I know, but it was cowardice born of love, not malice. Love. Catherine repeats the word as if it is foreign to her, You speak of love while confessing that you abandoned a woman and child to poverty and possible death. You speak of protection while revealing that our entire marriage was built on a foundation of secrets and lies. What am I to do with this, Edmund? How am I to reconcile the man I thought I knew with this stranger who has suddenly appeared wearing his face? Watson sees Holmes preparing to intervene, to redirect the conversation toward the more immediate crisis of Margaret Ashford's threatened exposure. But before he can speak, there is another knock at the door. The butler enters, his expression even more strained than before, carrying a silver tray upon which rests a single envelope. "This just arrived, my lord," he announces, his voice carefully neutral, delivered by street urchin who refused to wait for a response. Lord Blackwood takes the envelope with hands that shake visibly, and even from across the room Watson can see it is the same distinctive blue vellum as the previous letters. Holmes moves swiftly to his client's side, and together they examine the envelope before Lord Blackwood breaks the seal and withdraws the letter within. This time Holmes does not read aloud but scans the contents silently, his expression darkening with each line. When he finishes, he hands the letter to Watson, who reads with growing alarm. "My lord, I see that the official police have now involved themselves in our private matter. How typical of men in power to believe that every problem can be solved by the application of authority and threat. But Inspector Lestrade's clumsy inquiries have accomplished something your 40 years of silence could not. They have forced you to tell your wife the truth. For that at least I suppose I should thank him. But know this, I do not fear the police. I do not fear exposure or investigation. I have lived so long with shame that it has become like a second skin, and there is nothing the authorities can do to me that life has not already done. My offer stands. Tomorrow, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you will come to St. Mary's Church in Lambeth. Come alone, or accompanied only by Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson if you require witnesses. We will speak, you and I, about Thomas, about the son you never knew, about the debt you owe not to me but to his memory. If you fail to appear, or if I detect any police presence whatsoever, my next letter will be addressed not to you, but to the editor of the Times. The choice, as it has always been, is yours. But this time there will be consequences you cannot escape." M.A. Watson looks up from the letter to find all eyes upon him, seeking in his reaction some indication of how they should respond to this ultimatum. "She has set the terms," he says unnecessarily. "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Then we must inform Lestrade," Lord Blackwood says, reaching for the bell pull to summon his butler. He can have plainclothes officers stationed around the church, ready to apprehend her when she appears. "No," Holmes says sharply, and the force of his objections stops Blackwood's hand midway to the bell. "Absolutely not. Did you not read her letter? She is explicitly warned against police involvement, and more to the point, what exactly would you have Lestrade arrest her for? Writing letters, threatening to tell the truth about events that actually occurred? She has committed no crime, Lord Blackwood. She has merely threatened to expose one. She is attempting to extort me." Blackwood protests weakly. "Is she?" Holmes counters. "Show me where in any of these letters she demands money. Show me where she requests anything other than acknowledgement and the opportunity to speak with you. This is not blackmail, Lord Blackwood. This is a woman demanding to be heard after 40 years of silence, and much as it may discomfort you, she has every right to speak her truth just as you have every right to fear the consequences." Lady Catherine has been silent during this exchange, but now she rises with the slow deliberation of someone who has reached a decision that has cost her something vital. "Edmund will go to this meeting," she announces, her voice carrying an authority that brooks no argument. "He will go, and he will listen to what this woman has to say, and he will face whatever judgment she deems appropriate. It is long past time for truth, however painful it may be." "Catherine, you cannot mean Lord Blackwood begins," but his wife cuts him off with a gesture. "I can, and I do. You have hidden from this for 40 years, Edmund. You have allowed fear and shame to dictate your choices, to shape our marriage, to poison the foundation of our life together. No more. Tomorrow you will go to St. Mary's. You will speak with Margaret Ashford. and you will attempt to make amends for what you did. Not because it will save your reputation, but because it is the right thing to do. The thing you should have done 4 decades ago. Watson finds himself struck by the strength in Lady Catherine's voice, the way she has transformed shock and betrayal into something approaching moral clarity. She is, he realises, a formidable woman, capable of absorbing devastating news and emerging with her sense of right and wrong not just intact, but sharpened. Holmes nods slowly, a gesture of respect. Lady Blackwood, your husband is fortunate to have you, though I suspect he's only now beginning to understand just how fortunate. Very well. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock we will attend St Mary's in Lambeth. Lord Blackwood will speak with Margaret Ashford, will listen to what she has to say about their son, and will offer whatever amends seem appropriate given the circumstances. Dr. Watson and I will serve as witnesses, ensuring that all parties are treated fairly, and that nothing said can be later denied or distorted. And after, Lord Blackwood asks, his voice hollow, after she has said her piece and rendered her judgment? What then? Then, Holmes says with a gentleness that Watson has rarely heard from his friend, we hope that truth and acknowledgement will be sufficient to satisfy her need for justice. We hope that giving Thomas a voice, however belatedly, will allow his mother to find some measure of peace. And we hope that 40 years of silence can be overcome by one afternoon of honest conversation. Hope seems a rather thin foundation upon which to build a resolution, Blackwood observes bitterly. Hope is often all we have, Watson interjects quietly. I have seen men survive impossible wounds through nothing but hope. I have watched hope sustain people through losses that should have destroyed them. It may seem fragile, Lord Blackwood, but I assure you, properly tended, it is stronger than you imagine. After further discussion of logistics and contingencies, Holmes and Watson take their leave, stepping out into a night that has fully descended, transforming London into a landscape of shadows and scattered lights. They walk in silence for several blocks, each lost in his own thoughts about what tomorrow may bring, what resolutions are possible when wounds run so deep and time has had so long to make them permanent. Lestrade, Holmes finally says, the name emerging like a curse. How did he learn of this matter? And why, having learned of it, did he handle it with all the subtlety of a bull in a china shop? Perhaps we should ask him, Watson suggests, noting a familiar figure approaching from the opposite direction, walking with the determined stride of someone on official business. Inspector Lestrade himself appears out of the evening shadows, a compact man in his early 40s with the weathered face of someone who has spent too many years dealing with London's criminal element. He brightens upon seeing them, raising a hand in greeting that strikes Watson as entirely too cheerful given the chaos he has caused. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, capital timing. I was just coming to see you. I've made significant progress on the Blackwood matter, traced several of the letters to their points of origin, interviewed shopkeepers, even located what I believe to be the blackmailer's lodgings. With your permission, I plan to make an arrest first thing tomorrow morning. Holmes stops walking, turns to face Lestrade with an expression that would freeze water. You will do no such thing, Inspector. You will, in fact, cease all involvement in this matter immediately and completely. Your interference this afternoon, questioning Lady Blackwood about subjects of which she had no knowledge, has done incalculable damage to my investigation. Lestrade's cheerful expression fades into confusion, then defensive irritation. Now see here, Holmes, this is a police matter. A peer of the realm is being blackmailed. I have a duty to investigate and prosecute. You have a duty to understand the difference between blackmail and justice, Holmes retorts sharply. And more importantly, you have a duty to exercise discretion, a quality you have demonstrated is entirely foreign to your nature. Tell me, Inspector, how did you even learn of this case? Lestrade shifts uncomfortably, suddenly finding great interest in his boots. Received an anonymous tip. Letter delivered to Scotland Yard 3 days ago, suggesting that Lord Blackwood was being extorted and that the matter required official attention. Watson and Holmes exchange glances, both arriving at the same conclusion simultaneously. Margaret Ashford sent you that letter, Watson says. She wanted official involvement, wanted to ensure that if her direct approach to Blackwood failed, there would be a public record of the scandal, which means she has been planning multiple avenues of exposure, Holmes adds grimly. The letters to Blackwood were merely the first approach. The police involvement is her insurance, her way of ensuring that even if Blackwood somehow silences her, the story will still come out through official channels. I don't understand, Lestrade protests. If she wants exposure, why are we trying to stop her? If a crime was committed, the only crime committed was 40 years ago, Watson interrupts, surprising himself with his vehemence. And it was committed by Lord Blackwood, not by the woman you propose to arrest. She is a victim seeking acknowledgement, not a criminal deserving prosecution. Lestrade looks between them, clearly struggling to reconcile this information with his understanding of how such matters should be handled. But my duty, your duty, Holmes says, his voice cutting through Lestrade's protest like a scalpel, is to step aside and allow people with more understanding of human nature than legal procedure to attempt a resolution that does not destroy multiple lives. Tomorrow afternoon, Lord Blackwood will meet with Margaret Ashford. They will speak. They will attempt to find a way forward, and you, Inspector, will be nowhere near St Mary's Church in Lambeth. Am I understood? Lestrade bristles at this, his professional pride clearly wounded. You cannot order me about, Holmes. I am an officer of the law, not your subordinate. No, but you're also a man of sense, or at least I have always credited you with being one. Consider, Inspector, if you proceed with an arrest tomorrow, what will it accomplish? You will drag Margaret Ashford before a magistrate where she will tell her story publicly. The newspapers will seize upon it with delight. Lord Blackwood's reputation will be destroyed, along with his family's. The woman you arrest will become a sympathetic figure, a victim seeking justice against a powerful man who wronged her. You will be seen not as a hero, but as a tool of the aristocracy, silencing the powerless to protect the privileged. Is that truly the outcome you wish to achieve? Watson watches Lestrade's face as Holmes's words sink in, sees the inspector's certainty crumbling under the weight of logical consequences. Finally, Lestrade sighs, a sound of defeat and grudging acceptance. 24 hours, he says. I will give you 24 hours to resolve this through your methods, Holmes. But if by this time tomorrow night the matter is not settled to my satisfaction, I will proceed with official action. Agreed? Agreed, Holmes says, though Watson suspects his friend has no intention of honouring this agreement if circumstances require otherwise. Now go home, Inspector, get some rest. And for heaven's sake, stay away from the Blackwood residence and anyone connected to this case until I contact you. After Lestrade has departed, presumably toward his own home and the rest Holmes recommended, Watson and Holmes continue their walk through evening streets that have grown quieter as the night deepens. The city's rhythm has slowed, shifted into its nocturnal mode, where different rules apply and different truths emerge from shadows. Tomorrow, Watson says finally, breaking a silence that has stretched for several blocks. Do you truly believe we can resolve this? That one conversation can heal 40 years of grief and betrayal? Holmes is quiet for a long moment, his eyes fixed on some distant point that Watson cannot see. No, he admits finally. I do not believe one conversation can heal such wounds. But I believe it might begin the process. I believe that acknowledgement, long overdue though it may be, has power. And I believe that sometimes the best we can hope for is not resolution, but rather the beginning of understanding. They walk on through the London night, two friends bound together by more than just shared rooms and common interests, united by a belief that truth matters even when it brings pain, that justice is worth pursuing even when its shape is unclear, and that sometimes the greatest detective work lies not in solving mysteries but in helping wounded people find their way towards something approaching peace. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges, its own revelations, but tonight they walk through shadows and lamplight, carrying the weight of other people's griefs, hoping that hope itself will prove sufficient to prevent catastrophe. Behind them, the city breathes and shifts, indifferent as always to human suffering, patient as always in its witnessing of the small dramas that unfold within its vast embrace. And somewhere in a modest lodging house, Margaret Ashford prepares for tomorrow's confrontation, wondering if 40 years of waiting will finally yield the acknowledgement she has sought, or if disappointment will be the only inheritance her persistence can claim. The clock moves toward midnight, the deadline approaches, and all that remains is to see whether truth will serve as bridge or barrier between two people whose lives were forever altered by one summer's choices, made in youth and regretted through long decades of separate suffering. The morning of the appointed meeting arrives with a sky the colour of pewter, low clouds pressing down upon London as if the heavens themselves have decided to bear witness to what transpires below. Watson wakes early. Despite having slept poorly, his dreams troubled by images of Margaret Ashford's grief-worn face and Lord Blackwood's haunted eyes. He finds Holmes already awake, standing at the window in his dressing gown, a cup of coffee growing cold in his hand as he watches the street below with the focused intensity of someone studying a chessboard before a crucial move. "You've been up all night," Watson observes, though it is not really a question. He has learned to recognise the signs, the slight redness around Holmes's eyes, the particular set of his shoulders, the way his hair stands at odd angles from repeated finger-combing during deep thought. "Sleep seemed an indulgence I could not afford," Holmes replies without turning from the window. "I've been considering all possible outcomes of this afternoon's meeting, Watson, and I confess that few of them are entirely satisfactory. At best, we achieve a fragile understanding that might collapse under the slightest pressure. At worst, he leaves the sentence unfinished, but Watson understands the implications well enough. Mrs. Hudson brings breakfast eggs and toast and bacon that Holmes ignores entirely, though Watson forces himself to eat, knowing that the day ahead will require whatever strength he can muster. Their landlady hovers in the doorway longer than usual, her expression concerned in a way that suggests she senses the gravity of what her lodgers are facing, though she knows better than to ask directly. "Will you be wanting an early supper, gentlemen?" she asks, "or shall I plan for a later meal?" "Cannot say, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replies gently, finally turning from the window. "The day's events may dictate timing beyond our control. But thank you for your concern, which is noted and appreciated even when not explicitly acknowledged." She nods, satisfied with this unusual display of sentiment from her normally reticent lodger, and departs to attend to her other duties. Watson watches her go, thinking about how even the most ordinary lives contain extraordinary moments of care, how Mrs. Hudson's steadfast presence provides a foundation of normalcy against which the drama of their cases plays out. The hours until 3 o'clock stretch with agonising slowness. Holmes attempts to occupy himself with correspondence and the cataloguing of old case notes, but Watson sees how his friend's attention wanders, how he checks his pocket watch with increasing frequency as the appointed hour approaches. Watson himself tries to read the morning papers, but the words blur together, meaningless strings of print that fail to penetrate his preoccupation with what lies ahead. At 2 o'clock, they begin their preparations. Holmes selects his appearance with unusual care, choosing a sombre black suit that conveys respect without ostentation, forgoing his usual bohemian touches in favour of absolute propriety. Watson follows suit, understanding that they are preparing not merely for a meeting, but for something closer to a ceremony, a ritual of acknowledgement that requires appropriate solemnity. They collect Lord Blackwood from his Belgravia residence at 2:30. Their client appears to have aged a decade overnight, his face drawn and pale, his movements slow and careful, as if he is conserving strength for an ordeal he knows will tax him to his limits. Lady Catherine sees him off at the door, her expression unreadable, though she places one hand briefly on her husband's arm in a gesture that might be support or might simply be farewell. The journey to Lambeth is accomplished largely in silence, the three men each lost in their own thoughts as the hansom cab rattles through afternoon streets, where life continues its ordinary course, oblivious to the extraordinary confrontation that awaits in a church that has witnessed countless human dramas over its centuries of existence. Watson finds himself studying the passing scenes, a flower seller arranging her wares, 2 children playing hopscotch on the pavement, an elderly man feeding pigeons from a paper bag, and wondering if these small moments of normalcy will be the last peaceful images he carries before everything changes. St. Mary's Church in Lambeth rises from its surroundings with the patient dignity of something that has stood for hundreds of years and expects to stand for hundreds more. It is not a grand church, not one of London's architectural marvels, but rather a modest parish church built of grey stone, its tower square and solid, its windows narrow and practical. The churchyard surrounding it is populated with tombstones of varying ages, some recent and upright, others ancient and leaning, their inscriptions worn to illegibility by weather and time. Holmes checks his watch as they alight from the cab. 10 minutes before 3, punctuality seems appropriate given the circumstances. He pays the driver and instructs him to wait, though Watson wonders if they will return to the cab or if events will carry them elsewhere entirely. They enter the church through heavy oak doors that swing open with a creak that seems to echo through centuries. Inside, the air is cool and carries the scent of old stone and candle wax and the accumulated prayers of generations. The afternoon light filters through stained glass windows, casting coloured patterns on the worn stone floor, transforming the mundane into something approaching the sacred. Margaret Ashford is already there, seated in a pew near the front, her black mourning dress making her nearly invisible in the church's dim interior. She does not turn as they enter, but Watson sees the slight stiffening of her shoulders that indicates she's aware of their arrival. They walk slowly down the centre aisle, their footsteps echoing in the empty space, and take seats in the pew opposite hers, maintaining a distance that feels both respectful and necessary. For a long moment, no one speaks. Margaret continues to stare at the altar, where candles flicker in their holders, and Lord Blackwood stares at Margaret, his expression a mixture of recognition and disbelief, as if he cannot quite reconcile the woman before him with his memories of the girl she once was. Watson finds himself holding his breath, waiting for someone to break the silence, to begin the conversation that has been 40 years in the making. Finally, Margaret turns to face them, and Watson sees that she has been crying, though her tears have dried, leaving only faint tracks on her weathered cheeks. Her eyes fix on Lord Blackwood with an intensity that makes Watson think of arrows seeking their target, sharp and unerring and potentially lethal. "Edmund," she says, and that single word carries the weight of 4 decades of silence, of broken promises and buried grief. "You look well, comfortable, prosperous. Everything I knew you would become when you chose your advantageous marriage over your inconvenient responsibilities." Lord Blackwood flinches at this but does not look away. "Margaret, I do not know where to begin. What words could possibly—" "Start with our son," Margaret interrupts, her voice hard but controlled. "Start with Thomas. Tell me you remember his name at least. Tell me that in 40 years of comfortable forgetting, you at least retain the knowledge that you had a son named Thomas." "I remember," Blackwood says quietly. "I have always remembered. Not a day has passed that I have not thought of him, wondered about him, felt the weight of my failure to be the father he deserved." "Thought about him," Margaret repeats, her voice dripping with contempt. "How very thoughtful of you. Did these thoughts inspire you to respond to my letters? Did your wondering about him motivate you to send the support you promised? Or were these merely comfortable thoughts, the kind a man has from the safety of his study after a good dinner? Thoughts that require nothing of him except a momentary pang of regret before he moves on to more pleasant considerations?" Watson sees Holmes shift slightly, preparing to intervene if the conversation becomes too heated. But the detective remains silent, apparently judging that Margaret has earned the right to speak her anger without interruption. Lord Blackwood's hands tremble as he clasps them together, as if physical restraint might help him maintain emotional control. "You're right. You're absolutely right. My thoughts accomplished nothing. My regrets changed nothing. I was a coward, Margaret. I chose the easier path, the one that preserved my position and my comfort, and I have lived with that choice every day since. But knowing it was wrong did not give me the courage to make it right. I am ashamed of that. I am ashamed of everything I failed to do. Shame is cheap, Edmund. Shame costs you nothing. It is the emotional indulgence of those who want credit for feeling bad without actually doing anything to make amends." Margaret's voice breaks slightly on the last words, and Watson sees her struggle to maintain her composure. "Do you know what Thomas's last words were? Do you want to know what your son said before he died?" Blackwood's face crumples, but he nods. forcing himself to meet Margaret's eyes. "Yes, please, tell me," he said. "I'm sorry, Mama. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough." Margaret's voice is barely above a whisper now, each word extracted with visible effort. "He apologised to me, Edmund, as if his death was somehow his fault, as if he had failed me by succumbing to a fever that proper medical care might have cured. He was 16 years old, burning with infection, and his last thought was to apologise for dying. That is what you did to him. That is the legacy of your choices. The silence that follows is absolute." Watson feels his own eyes burning with unshed tears, his throat tight with emotion he cannot fully name. He glances at Holmes and sees that even his normally imperturbable friend has been affected, his jaw clenched, his eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance as if he cannot bear to witness the naked pain on display before them. Lord Blackwood breaks. There is no other word for it. The aristocratic composure that has defined him for 6 decades simply crumbles, and he buries his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with sobs that echo through the empty church, like a confession torn from his very soul. "I'm sorry," he gasps between breaths. "God help me, Margaret, I'm so sorry. I failed you. I failed Thomas. I failed every obligation a man owes to those he brings into this world. I have no excuse, no justification. I can only say that I was young and foolish and terrified, and those things do not excuse what I did, but they are all the explanation I have." Margaret watches him cry with an expression Watson cannot read. Not quite satisfaction, but perhaps something like grim vindication, the proof that her suffering has at least been acknowledged, that her pain has found its mark. When she speaks again, her voice has lost some of its hardness, replaced by a weariness that seems to come from somewhere beyond exhaustion. "I did not bring you here for your apologies, Edmund. Apologies cannot resurrect the dead or restore lost years. I brought you here because Thomas deserves to be acknowledged. He existed. He lived for 16 years. He was intelligent and kind and had a laugh that could light up a room. He loved books, especially adventure stories. He was fascinated by birds and could identify dozens of species by their songs. He wanted to be a teacher when he grew up, wanted to help other children learn to love reading the way he did. He was a person, Edmund, a complete, complex, remarkable person. And you never knew him. You never even asked." Lord Blackwood lowers his hands, his face blotchy and age beyond his years. "Tell me more. Please. Tell me everything. I cannot change the past, but I can at least know something of the son I never met. It is far less than he deserved, but it is all I can offer now." And so Margaret tells him. For the next hour, as the afternoon light shifts and changes through the stained glass windows, she shares memories of Thomas, his first steps, his first words, his favourite foods and games and dreams. She describes his childhood in a series of small villages where they moved whenever her shame became too much for the local population to tolerate, the schools where he excelled despite the stigma of illegitimacy, the few friends he made and the many who shunned him because of circumstances beyond his control. Watson and Holmes sit silent throughout, serving as witnesses to this reclamation of a life that history had tried to erase. Watson finds himself building a picture of the boy. No, the young man who died too young, denied not just his father's name but his father's acknowledgement of his very existence. He thinks about how many Thomas Ashfords there must be in the world, children of convenience abandoned by fathers who choose comfort over responsibility, and he feels a quiet rage at the injustice of it all. "He never blamed you, you know," Margaret says finally, as her stories wind toward their inevitable conclusion. "I never told him who his father was, but I think he guessed, or at least suspected. Yet he never expressed anger or resentment. He accepted his situation with a grace that I could not manage, that I have never managed. Even at the end, when the fever took him, he worried more about me than about himself. He asked me to promise that I would not spend my life angry, that I would find a way to be happy despite everything. I promised him, Edmund, and I have broken that promise every day for the past 24 years. Lord Blackwood has been listening with complete attention, occasionally asking gentle questions that draw out more details or glimpses of the son he never knew. Now he rises slowly, moving stiffly as if his joints have aged during the conversation, and crosses to Margaret's pew. He does not sit beside her, but kneels instead on the stone floor before her, a posture of supplication that Watson finds both moving and slightly uncomfortable to witness. "Margaret, I cannot give you back the years you lost. I cannot resurrect Thomas or restore your reputation, or undo any of the suffering my choices caused. But I can do this. I can acknowledge him publicly. I can ensure that his name is recorded in the Blackwood family Bible, that he is recognised as my son even if posthumously. I can endow a scholarship in his name at Oxford, so that other boys like him, boys of intelligence and promise who lack resources, might have the opportunities he was denied. I can arrange for a proper memorial, a stone in the family plot that bears his name and dates, and an inscription that honours his memory. It is far less than he deserved, but it is something. It is acknowledgement that he existed, that he mattered, that his life had value beyond the shame society attached to his birth." Margaret stares at him for a long moment, her expression shifting through emotions too complex to name. "And what of your reputation?" she asks finally. "What of your family? You understand that acknowledging Thomas means acknowledging your abandonment of him. It means admitting publicly that you are not the honourable man society believes you to be?" "I understand," Lord Blackwood says steadily, "and I accept that consequence. Lady Catherine knows the truth now. My children will know soon enough. Society will judge me as it sees fit, but Thomas deserves recognition more than I deserve protection. His memory matters more than my comfort ever could." Watson sees Holmes lean forward slightly, his interest piqued by this turn in the conversation. The detective had predicted several possible outcomes, but Watson suspects this particular resolution was not among them, that Lord Blackwood would voluntarily sacrifice his reputation not to buy Margaret's silence, but to honour the son he never knew. Margaret's face works with emotion, tears streaming freely now, her careful control finally breaking under the weight of something that might be relief, or might simply be exhaustion from carrying rage for so long. "He would have liked that," she whispers. "Thomas would have liked being remembered. He worried so much about being forgotten, about leaving no mark on the world. To know that his name will be recorded, that he will be acknowledged. Yes, yes, Edmund. Do these things. Not for me, not even for yourself, but for him. Let Thomas be remembered." Lord Blackwood reaches out hesitantly, and after a moment's hesitation, Margaret takes his hand. They remain like that for a long moment, two elderly people united by shared grief for a boy neither of them could save, separated by decades of different suffering, but connected by the memory of a son who existed for too brief a time and left a void that has never been filled. Holmes clears his throat softly, reminding them of his and Watson's presence. "There is still the matter of the letters to the newspapers," he observes gently, "the threatened exposure. With your permission, I would suggest that any public acknowledgement of Thomas be done on your terms, Lord Blackwood, in a manner that emphasises his life rather than the scandal of his birth. A carefully worded announcement, perhaps, expressing your grief at recently learning of the death of a son from a relationship prior to your marriage, and your desire to honour his memory through the scholarship and memorial you have proposed." "Will society accept such a narrative?" Lord Blackwood asks, though his tone suggests he no longer particularly cares about society's acceptance. "Some will, some will not," Holmes replies pragmatically. "There will be gossip, certainly. Speculation about the circumstances, judgments about your character. But there will also be those who appreciate the honesty, who see in your acknowledgement a form of belated honour. And ultimately, what society thinks matters far less than what you and Mrs. Ashford believe to be right." Margaret withdraws her hand from Lord Blackwood's, wiping her eyes with the same worn handkerchief Watson saw during their previous meeting. "I will write no more letters," she says quietly, "and I will send word to the newspapers that the information I provided was mistaken. or that the matter has been resolved privately. I no longer have the energy for revenge, Edmund. It has sustained me for so long, but now that I am here, now that you have heard about Thomas and promised to remember him, I find that I am simply tired. So very tired. What will you do now? Watson asks gently. Do you have family, resources, somewhere to go? Margaret shakes her head slowly. I have nothing and no one. Thomas was all I had, and when he died, I lost any reason to build a life beyond survival. I have been existing rather than living for 24 years, sustained only by the hope that someday I would make Edmund acknowledge what he had done. Lord Blackwood rises from his kneeling position with some difficulty, his joints protesting the prolonged supplication. Then allow me to provide for you now, as I should have done 40 years ago. Not as payment for your silence, we are beyond such transactions, but as simple justice. You are the mother of my son, Margaret. You raised him alone, loved him, cared for him until his last breath. You deserve security, comfort, peace in whatever years remain to you. I have more than enough wealth to ensure you never want for anything again. I do not want your charity, Margaret says, but her voice lacks conviction, as if the words are habit rather than genuine refusal. It is not charity. It is obligation. It is, at long last, the support I promised you in the summer of 1854 and failed to provide. Please, Margaret, let me do this one thing right. Let me ensure that your remaining years are lived in comfort rather than struggle. It will not erase what I did, but it might allow both of us to find some measure of peace. Watson watches Margaret struggle with this offer, seeing pride war with practicality, independence battle against exhaustion. Finally, she nods, a small movement that carries the weight of surrender, of a burden finally set down after decades of carrying it alone. Very well, Edmund, but not as a gift, as payment of a debt long overdue. And with the understanding that I will never forgive you, not truly, but perhaps I can learn to live with something less than hatred. That is more than I deserve, Lord Blackwood says quietly, and more than I dared hope for. Holmes rises, indicating that Watson should do the same, their role as witnesses having been fulfilled. I believe the details can be arranged through solicitors, he says. Lord Blackwood, I trust you to handle the financial arrangements with appropriate discretion and generosity. Mrs. Ashford, Dr. Watson will provide you with our contact information should you need anything or encounter any difficulties in the coming days. As for the matter of the letters and the threatened exposure, I will personally ensure that Inspector Lestrade understands the case is closed and requires no further police investigation. They prepare to leave, to grant Margaret and Lord Blackwood whatever final words they may need to exchange in private, but Margaret calls out as they reach the door, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank you for treating this as more than simply a case to be solved, for understanding that some wounds cannot be healed, only acknowledged, for caring about Thomas, even though you never knew him. Every life matters, Mrs. Ashford. Holmes replies, his voice carrying an unusual gentleness, especially those that society has chosen to forget. Thomas mattered, his life mattered, and now at least his memory will be preserved. They step out of the church into an afternoon that has cleared slightly, the pewter clouds giving way to patches of pale blue sky. Watson breathes deeply, feeling as though he's been holding his breath for hours, and realizes that his cheeks are wet with tears he does not remember shedding. Well, he says finally, his voice rough with emotion, that was heartbreaking. Holmes supplies, and necessary, and perhaps in its way, as close to a happy ending as such situations can achieve. No one emerges victorious, Watson, but perhaps everyone emerges slightly more at peace than they were before, which in cases involving the human heart is sometimes the best we can hope for. They walk toward the waiting cab in companionable silence, two friends who have witnessed something profound and transformative, something that will stay with them long after the case files have been closed and stored away. Behind them, in the church, two elderly people continue their conversation, building a fragile bridge across 4 decades of separation, attempting to honour a boy who died too young and deserved so much better than the world gave him. The afternoon continues its slow progression toward evening. London, indifferent as always, carries on with its eternal rhythms, and in a modest parish church in Lambeth the past and present finally, carefully, painfully, begin to make their peace with one another. 3 weeks have passed since the meeting at St Mary's Church, and London has settled into the deeper chill of December, where frost pattens the windows each morning and breath turns to vapour in the cold air. The city prepares for Christmas with its usual mixture of commercial enthusiasm and genuine sentiment. Shop windows display elaborate decorations, street vendors hawk roasted chestnuts and hot cider, and even the perpetual fog seems to take on a softer quality, as if the season demands at least the appearance of goodwill. In the sitting room at Baker Street, Watson sits at his desk by the window, his pen moving steadily across the page as he attempts to capture the events of the past month in narrative form. It is proving more difficult than usual, this case of the poisoned pen that was never really about poison at all, but about grief and acknowledgement, and the long shadows cast by choices made in youth. He has written and discarded 3 different openings, unable to find the right tone too dramatic, and it becomes melodrama. Too clinical, and it loses the emotional truth that made the case so affecting. Too sentimental, and it risks trivialising the real suffering involved. Holmes sits in his usual chair, apparently absorbed in a monograph he's writing on the varieties of tobacco ash, though Watson suspects his friend's attention is not entirely focused on his work. There has been a restlessness about Holmes since the Blackwood case concluded, a quality of unsettled thought that suggests he is still processing what they witnessed, still attempting to categorise and understand human emotions that resist neat classification. You are struggling with the narrative, Holmes observes without looking up from his own writing. I can tell by the frequency with which you sigh, and the amount of ink you waste on false starts. It is a difficult case to write about, Watson admits, setting down his pen. The resolution was ambiguous. There was no dramatic revelation, no villain brought to justice, no clear victory for anyone involved. How does one write such a story for an audience that expects tidy endings? Perhaps you write it honestly, Holmes suggests, finally looking up to meet Watson's eyes. Perhaps you trust that your readers are capable of understanding that not all cases end with handcuffs and courtrooms. Some end with elderly people weeping in churches, with debts acknowledged if not repaid, with compromises that satisfy no one entirely but prevent further harm. Those stories matter too, Watson, even if they lack the dramatic flourish of a murder solved or a jewel recovered. Before Watson can respond, Mrs. Hudson appears at the door, her expression suggesting she brings news of some importance. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, there is a gentleman here to see you. Lord Blackwood. He says he will not take much of your time, but has something he wishes to share." Holmes and Watson exchange glances, both surprised by this unexpected visit. They have had no contact with their former client since the meeting at St Mary's, having decided that their involvement should conclude once the immediate crisis was resolved. The subsequent arrangements, financial settlements, legal acknowledgements, memorial plans, were matters for solicitors and family, not for consulting detectives. Lord Blackwood enters a moment later, and Watson is struck by how much he has changed in 3 weeks. He appears somehow lighter, as if the weight he carried for so long has been at least partially lifted. There are still shadows beneath his eyes and lines of care etched deep into his face, but there is also something that might be relief, or perhaps simply the peace that comes from no longer hiding. "Gentlemen," he greets them, accepting Holmes's gesture toward the client's chair. "I apologise for calling without prior notice, but I wanted to inform you personally of recent developments, and to thank you properly for your assistance in what was the most difficult period of my life." "No thanks are necessary," Holmes says, though his tone is not unkind. "We did what needed to be done. How are you managing? And Lady Blackwood?" A shadow crosses Lord Blackwood's face at the mention of his wife. "Catherine and I are navigating new waters. The revelation of my past has naturally altered our relationship in ways both of us are still processing. She has not forgiven me, and I do not expect she ever fully will. But we have reached an understanding. She has agreed to remain my wife, to present a united front to society, not for my sake, but for our children's and grandchildren's. Our private relationship, however, has fundamentally changed. We are civil, cooperative, but no longer intimate, in any sense of the word. I have lost her trust, and that loss may be the most painful consequence of my youthful mistakes. Watson feels a pang of sympathy for both parties. For Lady Catherine, whose life has been revealed to contain foundations of sand, and for Lord Blackwood, who must live daily with the visible evidence of the harm his choices have caused to someone who was innocent of his sins. And the acknowledgement of Thomas, Holmes asks, has that been completed? Lord Blackwood's expression brightened slightly. Yes, and that is primarily why I have come. The announcement appeared in the Times 2 weeks ago, stating that I had recently learned with great sorrow of the death, some years past, of a son born from a relationship prior to my marriage. The wording was carefully chosen to be honest without being sensational. The response has been mixed, as you predicted, Mr. Holmes. Some members of society have cut us entirely. Invitations have dried up, and there have been whispers, of course. But there have also been surprising expressions of support from people I did not expect to show such understanding. He reaches into his coat pocket and withdraws a folded newspaper clipping, which he hands to Holmes. More importantly, I have established the Thomas Ashford Memorial Scholarship at Oxford. It will provide full funding for one student each year from modest means who demonstrates both academic promise and good character. The first scholarship will be awarded next autumn. I've also commissioned a memorial stone for the family plot at our estate in Wessex. It bears Thomas's name, his dates, and a line from Wordsworth that Margaret selected, a youth to fortune and to fame unknown. Watson leans forward to examine the clipping Holmes passes to him, noting the careful language that manages to be both honest and dignified. And Mrs. Ashford, how is she? Settled in a comfortable set of rooms in Kensington, Lord Blackwood reports, I have provided her with an annual income sufficient to maintain a modest but secure existence. She has hired a companion, a widow of similar age who provides both company and assistance with daily tasks. When I last saw her, we meet once a month, always with solicitors present to maintain propriety. She seemed less burdened than when we met at St. Mary's. Not happy perhaps, but no longer actively suffering. She has begun attending concerts and lectures, rebuilding something resembling a life beyond mere survival. Does she speak of forgiveness? Watson asks, curious about whether time has softened the grief he witnessed in that church. Lord Blackwood shakes his head slowly. No, and I do not expect it. We are civil to one another, sometimes even cordial. We speak of Thomas, sharing memories and observations, building a shared understanding of the son I never knew, and she lost too soon. But there is a distance between us that will never be bridged, a chasm created by 40 years of abandonment that no amount of present generosity can fill. And that is as it should be. I do not deserve her forgiveness, Dr. Watson. I deserve only the opportunity to finally do right by her and by Thomas's memory, however belatedly. Holmes has been listening to this recitation with his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his expression thoughtful. And Inspector Lestrade? Has he troubled you further? Ah yes, the good inspector. Lord Blackwood allows himself a slight smile. He called upon me the day after our meeting at St. Mary's, demanding to know if I required his assistance in prosecuting Mrs. Ashford for blackmail. I informed him that there was no blackmail, that the matter had been resolved amicably, and that his services were not needed. He seemed rather put out, as if I had somehow denied him the opportunity for professional advancement. I believe he muttered something about civilians not understanding proper procedure as he departed. That sounds like Lestrade, Watson observes with a smile. His heart is generally in the right place, even if his understanding of human nature leaves much to be desired. Indeed. Lord Blackwood rises, preparing to take his leave. I will not take more of your time, gentlemen. I simply wanted you to know that your intervention, your willingness to see beyond the simple facts to the more complex truth beneath them, made all the difference. You did not just solve a case, Mr. Holmes. You helped 2 damaged people find a way to live with old wounds, without those wounds defining their every remaining day. That is no small thing. Holmes stands as well and to Watson's surprise extends his hand to their former client. "We are glad we could help, Lord Blackwood. I hope the years ahead bring you what measure of peace is possible, and that Thomas's memory serves as a light rather than merely a shadow." After Lord Blackwood has departed, Watson returns to his desk, staring at the half-written pages before him with fresh perspective. Perhaps Holmes is right. Perhaps the story needs to be told honestly, ambiguity and all, trusting that readers will understand that real life rarely offers the neat resolutions found in fiction. "What are you thinking?" Holmes asks, having returned to his own chair and his monograph on tobacco ash. "I am thinking about consequences," Watson replies slowly. "About how a single choice made in youth can echo through decades, affecting not just the person who made it, but everyone connected to them. Lord Blackwood chose comfort and position over responsibility and honour. Margaret Ashford suffered for 40 years because of that choice. Thomas died without knowing his father. Lady Catherine's marriage was built on concealment. All of this from one summer, one relationship, one moment of weakness followed by a lifetime of cowardice. And yet," Holmes observes, "from that same series of choices and consequences, we now have a scholarship that will benefit deserving students for generations. We have a woman who spent decades in poverty now living in security. We have a memorial that ensures a forgotten boy is remembered. The consequences ramify in both directions, Watson. Harm and healing, loss and recovery, all intertwined in ways that make simple moral judgments impossible." Watson considers this, his pen hovering over the page. So what is the lesson of this case? What should readers take from it? Holmes is silent for a long moment, his eyes distant as he formulates his response. Perhaps the lesson is that there are no easy answers when dealing with matters of the heart, that justice and mercy sometimes conflict, and we must find ways to honour both. That acknowledgement, however late, matters, that carrying rage, however justified, extracts a price from the person carrying it, and perhaps most importantly that the past cannot be changed, but how we respond to it in the present can shape what future remains. Those are wise words, Holmes. Perhaps you should be the one writing this account. No, Watson, this is your domain. You have the gift for transforming our cases into narratives that resonate with readers, that find the human truth beneath the detective work. I solve puzzles. You illuminate meaning. We each have our role. Watson smiles at this, recognising it as high praise from his often reticent friend, and returns to his writing with renewed purpose. The words flow more easily now, shaped by the conversation, and by his own processing of what they experienced. He writes of Margaret Ashford's grief and Lord Blackwood's shame, of a boy named Thomas who deserved better than the world gave him, of the long shadow cast by abandoned promises and the difficult work of belated amends. The afternoon deepens toward evening, and Mrs. Hudson brings tea and her usual commentary about gentlemen who work too hard and eat too little. The fire crackles in the grate, pushing back against the December cold that presses the windows. Below, on Baker Street, London continues its eternal rhythm, carriages and cabs, pedestrians hurrying home before full darkness falls, the lamplighter making his rounds with his long pole, bringing small circles of light to combat the encroaching shadows. As Watson writes, he finds himself thinking about all the Thomas Ashfords who exist in the world, children denied acknowledgement, lives diminished by circumstances beyond their control, potential loss to poverty and shame and the casual cruelty of social judgment. He thinks about how many Margaret Ashfords there must be, women carrying grief and rage through long years of silent suffering. And he thinks about the Lord Blackwoods, people who made mistakes in youth and spent lifetimes trying to outrun consequences that proved patient enough to wait them out. Holmes, he says suddenly, looking up from his writing, do you think we made the right choice in helping to broker this peace between them, rather than simply allowing events to unfold as Margaret had planned? Holmes sets down his own pen, giving Watson's question the serious consideration it deserves. I think we prevented additional harm without compounding the injustice already done. Margaret deserved acknowledgement and she received it. Lord Blackwood deserved to face consequences, and he has. His reputation is damaged, his marriage altered, his comfortable certainties shattered. But his innocent family members have been spared the worst of the scandal, and Margaret has found something approaching closure. Could we have achieved a better outcome? Perhaps, but I believe we achieved the best outcome available given the constraints of time, human nature, and 40 years of accumulated grief. You speak as though you are confident in that judgment. I am confident that we acted with good intentions and sound reasoning. Whether the outcome proves beneficial in the long term remains to be seen. We have set certain forces in motion, the scholarship, the memorial, the financial arrangements, but how they ultimately affect the people involved is beyond our control. We can only do our best in the moment, Watson, and hope that our best proves sufficient. Watson nods, accepting this wisdom, and returns once more to his narrative. He writes of the meeting in the church, of tears and apologies and the beginning of understanding. He writes of resolutions that satisfy no one completely, but prevent further tragedy. He writes of the small victories that exist even in situations defined by loss. A name preserved, a memory honoured, an elderly woman granted security after decades of struggle. As the evening deepens and the lamps burn lower, Watson reaches the end of his account. He reads it over once, then again, checking for accuracy and tone, ensuring that he has captured not just the facts of the case, but its emotional truth. He is reasonably satisfied with the result, though he knows that some readers will find it unsatisfying, will wish for a clearer villain or a more triumphant conclusion. But this is the story as it happened, and Watson has learned through years of chronicling Holmes' cases that truth, however messy or ambiguous, matters more than narrative convenience. "It is finished," he announces, setting down his pen with a sense of completion. Holmes looks up from his own work, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Will you publish it?" Watson considers this question carefully. Not immediately. Perhaps someday, when sufficient time has passed that the people involved are no longer living, when it can serve as a historical record rather than a contemporary scandal. There are lessons in this case worth preserving. But those lessons need not be learned at the expense of people still dealing with the consequences. A wise decision, Holmes approves. And in the meantime? In the meantime, we file it away with our other cases. Another chapter in the ongoing chronicle of human folly and redemption. Another reminder that the work we do is as much about understanding people as it is about solving puzzles. A knock at the door interrupts this reflection, and Mrs. Hudson appears once more, this time carrying a telegram on her silver tray. Holmes takes it, reads it quickly, and his expression brightens with interest. "Well, Watson, it seems our philosophical musings must be postponed. We have a new case, a matter involving a stolen painting, a locked room, and what the sender describes as circumstances of the most peculiar and inexplicable nature. Are you available to accompany me tomorrow morning to Mayfair?" Watson feels the familiar stirring of anticipation that always accompanies the beginning of a new investigation. "Of course, I confess I will be somewhat relieved to deal with stolen property rather than stolen lives. The wounds of the heart are far more complex than any locked room mystery." "Indeed they are," Holmes agrees, already reaching for his pipe and beginning to contemplate this new puzzle. "Indeed they are." The evening settles fully now, London transforming into its nocturnal self. A city of shadows and lamplight where mysteries hide in every corner and stories unfold behind every illuminated window. In the rooms at Baker Street, two friends prepare for whatever cases await them, knowing that each investigation will bring its own challenges, its own revelations about human nature in all its complicated glory. The fire burns low in the grate, comfortable warmth giving way to gentle coolness. Outside, the first snow of the season begins to fall, soft flakes drifting down through the darkness, covering the city in a blanket of white that hides its scars and softens its harsh edges. By morning, London will wake to a transformed landscape, familiar streets made new by nature's quiet work. Watson gathers his pages, taps them into alignment, and places them in a folder marked The Adventure of the Poisoned Pen, for future publication. He sets it aside, confident that someday the story will find its audience, that the lessons it contains will resonate with readers who understand that justice is complex, that forgiveness is difficult, and that the consequences of our choices ripple outward in ways we can never fully predict or control. Holmes has returned to his tobacco ash monograph, but Watson knows his friend's mind is already working on the new case, turning over possibilities, formulating hypotheses, preparing for tomorrow's investigation. This is their rhythm, their life together, solving puzzles, helping people, bearing witness to the strange and varied ways that human beings hurt and heal one another. The clock strikes 9, its chimes marking another hour past, another increment of time added to the vast accumulation of hours that make up a life. Watson thinks of Margaret Ashford in her Kensington rooms, perhaps looking out at the falling snow, perhaps thinking of Thomas, perhaps finding some small measure of peace in knowing that her son is finally acknowledged, finally remembered. He thinks of Lord Blackwood in his Belgravia mansion, sitting in separate rooms from his wife, living with the consequences of choices made 4 decades ago, trying to find redemption in belated generosity. And he thinks of Thomas himself, the boy who died too young, denied his birthright but perhaps now granted something almost as valuable. The assurance that his brief life mattered, that his existence left a mark on the world, that he will not be forgotten as long as Oxford scholars benefit from the scholarship bearing his name or visitors to the Blackwood estate read the memorial stone that preserves his memory. Watson, Holmes says quietly, breaking into these reflections, thank you. For what? For understanding that some cases are about more than just solving puzzles. For seeing the human beings behind the mystery. For caring about their suffering. For helping me remember that our work matters not because we catch criminals or recover stolen property, but because we help people navigate the most difficult moments of their lives. You make me a better detective, my friend. But more than that, you make me a better person. Watson feels his throat tighten with emotion at this rare display of sentiment from his usually reserved companion. The feeling is mutual, Holmes. Though I suspect neither of us will mention this conversation again, given our traditional English reticence about such matters. Holmes laughs, a genuine sound of amusement that fills the room with warmth more effective than any fire. Quite right, we shall never speak of it again. Now, about this locked room in Mayfair, and just like that they return to their comfortable professional relationship, 2 friends and partners moving forward into new mysteries, carrying with them the lessons learned from cases past but not dwelling on them, always looking ahead to the next puzzle that needs solving, the next person who needs help. The snow continues to fall, patient and persistent, transforming London into something beautiful and strange. Inside 221B Baker Street, the lamps burned steadily, beacons in the darkness, symbols of reason and compassion in a world that often seems short on both. The case of the poisoned pen has concluded, but its echoes will persist, in a scholarship that opens doors, in a memorial that preserves memory, in an elderly woman's newfound peace, in a lord's humbled recognition that position cannot protect us from the consequences of our choices. These ripples will continue long after Holmes and Watson have moved on to other cases, other mysteries, other opportunities to bring light into dark corners and understanding to complicated situations. This is the work they do, this is the life they have chosen, and as the night deepens and the city sleeps beneath its blanket of new snow, they remain awake, ever vigilant, ever ready to face whatever mysteries tomorrow may bring. The story ends not with resolution but with continuation, not with all questions answered, but with the understanding that some questions have no perfect answers, only the best approximations we can manage given our imperfect understanding of human nature and the complicated world in which we live. And somewhere in the darkness, London breathes and dreams and keeps its countless secrets, waiting for morning to arrive and the dance to begin again. The eternal rhythm of sin and redemption, harm and healing, the poisoned past, and the possibility, however faint, of a future that learns from its mistakes and strives, however imperfectly, to do better. The fire dies to embers, the snow falls, the city sleeps, and in the quiet rooms at Baker Street, two friends sit in companionable silence, grateful for each other's presence, ready for whatever adventures await, knowing that together they can face any mystery, solve any puzzle, and perhaps, occasionally, help heal wounds that logic alone can never fully understand. The end comes gently, without fanfare as all good things do, not with triumph but with peace, not with certainty but with acceptance, not with all mysteries solved but with the wisdom to know that some mysteries are meant to be lived with rather than unravelled. Tomorrow will bring new cases, new challenges, new opportunities to make a difference in the lives of people who need help. But tonight, there is only this: the warmth of friendship, the satisfaction of work well done, the quiet comfort of knowing that even in a world filled with suffering and injustice, there are still those who care enough to try to make things better. And in the end, perhaps that is enough. Perhaps that is all any of us can hope for: to leave the world slightly better than we found it, to honour those who have been forgotten, to speak truth even when it is difficult, and to face our own failings with courage enough to at least attempt amends. The clock strikes 10, the embers fade, the snow continues its patient work of transformation, and in the heart of London, two friends prepare for sleep, knowing that morning will come soon enough, bringing with it new mysteries to solve and new lives to touch. The story of the poisoned pen has ended, but the larger story of justice and mercy, of grief and healing, of the long shadow of past sins and the possibility of redemption, that story continues, as it always has and always will, for as long as human beings make choices and must live with their consequences. Rest well, Thomas Ashford. You are remembered. You mattered. Your brief life left ripples that will continue long after those who knew you have passed into their own eternal rest. And rest well, Margaret and Edmund. Two people bound by shared history and separate suffering, finding at last not forgiveness perhaps, but something close to understanding. The city sleeps. The story ends. The night embraces all, offering the gift of temporary forgetting, the promise that tomorrow offers new chances, new possibilities, new opportunities to do better than we did before. Peace descends on Baker Street, on London, on all the tired souls who have struggled through another day and earned their rest, until morning comes and the work begins again.